Uh-huh. Okay.
I knew
All right.
it was a bad idea.
I love that song.
Because on this day.
In 1981, Joe Dolce went to #1 on the UK singles chart with Shut Up Your Face. Famously keeping legendary Ultravox song Vienna off the UK, a good song.
All right.
Off the #1 charts.
Oh, okay.
It was #1 in 11 countries in 35 different foreign languages.
We need
sold 4 million copies.
All right, hold it.
Let's begin.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
By the way, we have a sponsor for Farting Around.
What?
It's the woman who sent us an email criticizing Farting Around.
Oh, really?
She heard our response and she said, I'd like to offer to sponsor Farting Around.
Okay.
If you can't beat them, join them, right? And maybe I'll find the intro a little more palatable if it includes a tasteful presented by Diane or something similar to that. Now, I'm not a wealthy person, so I can only offer about $1, but I hope you'll consider my offer. And once again, thanks for letting me listen. Diane, we can't do that. That's
Gina,
valuable radio real estate.
That's true. Would you like to hear Joe Dolce do the Jimi Hendrix song, The Wind Cries Mary?
No. Carrie, this is all your fault, Carrie, and I'll tell you how in a minute.
When she said her love was almost dead.
No, this is the Beatles song For No One.
And in her eyes you saw nothing.
Okay,
that's terrible.
The day breaks.
I thought I had it for The Wind Cries Mary here, but I guess I read that wrong.
So
there's a song called Dead Cat Bounce.
Oh, jeez, no, don't do that.
There is a story about a duffel bag full of kittens in the news.
No.
I had never, ever heard of Joe Dolce in my life. I had never heard Shut Up Your Face, but I was with Kerry Jackson. And we were at the Shooting Star Saloon in Huntsville. And on the jukebox was a song called Shut Up Your Face by Joe Dolce. And Kerry said, "You don't know that song?" I said, "No." "Well, I played it. I think you said you played it at the country station or something."
I played it somewhere,
Yeah. And you said, "Oh, well, you got to hear it." It's the first time I ever heard it, and I have a fondness for it.
Aww.
Because of that. It's
See,
awful.
You were worried, and look, we got a nice anecdote out of it. You never know what'll bring about a nice anecdote. There you go.
I blame myself because I pressed play.
Yeah.
Everyone's blaming Gina, but I have to take the blame because I pressed play.
Yeah. I had nothing to do with it. I
made it go.
I had nothing to do with it. I didn't know they were going to play this song this morning. I had nothing.
Pleasantly surprised.
Well, it did make me remember the Shooting Star Saloon. Now, there are other things that could make me remember the Shooting Star Saloon. Things that are much better than that stupid song.
You went to #1.
You didn't do any research, did you?
Scoreboard.
You didn't look up Joe Dolce to see how did that all happen and who he was and how did that all come about? You didn't do any research, did you?
Why do I have to do research?
Why would one want to go down the Joe Dolce hole?
If you're going to put him on the radio, you might as well go down his hole.
I guess.
What's this one?
This is the Dead Cat Bounce.
Okay.
When your blue chip is looking much bluer, baby, and your speculative has just about lost its life, and you buying in at the bottom end, just like trying to catch a falling knife.
What?
Your dollar's more expensive by the hour.
This isn't as fun.
He did an awesome performance of this song, not Dead Cat Bounce, but Shut Up You Face, on Solid Gold back in the early 80s.
Really?
Blaine remembers.
Oh, he had a one-man show called the Joe Dolce Music Theater.
See? You can't just do that if you're not a thing.
Well, yeah, you can.
No one will come to your one-man show if you're not a thing.
He had a band called Headstone Circus at one time. You remember their great hits, of course.
Headstone Circus?
No.
Yeah.
It's a good band name, though. I like it.
Let's see. Oh, he moved to Australia. Where
He's
people
Italian. What's he doing in Australia?
Shut up your face. Let's see. Full Moon Records.
They don't let Italians in Australia.
Wait a minute, you're Italian.
I'm a band from Australia. They talk funny down there anyway.
I guess his other biggest hit was If You Want to Be Happy. Joe Dolce. I'm trying to see if he's still alive. I can't.
Oh yeah.
Is he in jail?
No, he's 73. Are you still alive?
Been married to the same woman for 38 years.
See, he's a good, loyal man.
Good Italian person.
It's round.
Oh, maybe it's
It's round. It's
He has a book of poems
round.
called Hatbox. and that his most recent book is called On Murray's Run.
On Murray's Run.
150 poems and song lyrics selected by Les Murray.
I want to know what his poetry sounds like. What's
No,
the
you
matter,
don't.
you?
No,
The roses are a red. The violets are a blue.
No, you don't want to know.
Gina is a weirdo. Shut up in your face. There it is. It's
I can
done. It's-
guarantee you his poems are terrible.
You don't know. Joe Dolce could be a very complex man.
Joe Dolce
Complex.
poem. Let's see what comes up. Joe Dolce poem.
All right.
Here we go. Best poem of Joe Dolce. Good Lord.
Well,
The
Is it
Barking
an epic
Dog.
poem? The Barking Dog. Okay.
The Barking Dog. 'Twas a earl morn. It zoofed the horn and hunched the yarret log, bereft of sense.
What language is this?
That's
Dolce.
That's Dolce, the language of Dolce. My nerves were a shearet, my ears fear it, my eyes tear it with a slog, and I trumped the floor to me deaf neighbor's door to complain of the barking dog. Oh,
So
the
it's not-
darking bog. It's not the barking dog. It's the darking bog.
So
That's
does he
the
think
name
he's
of the
Shel
poem.
Silverstein? Is that?
No, Shel Silverstein was talented.
there's a texter. He climbed the Australian charts with a song called "Shut Up, Your Mate." So that's how he made it in Australia. And Blaine says his other song, "If You Want to Be Happy," goes, "If you want to be happy, don't play Shut Up in Your Face." So
That's how the song goes.
Yeah, don't
how
shut
you-
up in your face.
that's how you make yourself happy.
Well, I'm a
Joe
big
Dolce.
fan of this edition of Farting Around.
You like this one? Okay.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right. Here we go. I'm looking at it. It's going to be one of those days.
Yeah, it is going to be one of those days. I don't have copy for, maybe Katie just now
She
sent it.
just sent it, yeah.
That's really not very helpful, you know.
Well,
I mean,
it was
good to have it, but
it was a surprise.
we don't have what's on the schedule. We just, we haven't had a chance to look it over. Mm-hmm. Copy. We don't know.
Well, let me just say this then while you look it over. Coming up, we do have Amy Donaldson with sports, big boy news, all coming up. Derek Kitchen will be here to talk about the legislative session and what those idiots are up to.
He was dressed up like a cowboy up at the legislature, I saw. We need to ask him about that.
Good for him. You know, because cosplay is so important.
Yeah, it was Western Day at the Capitol.
Wait a minute, really? It was Western Day?
That's why we got to
is this,
ask him about it.
Damn Mickey Mouse Club? Is that what this is? All right, anyway. Bill Frost will be telling us what's on TV this week. We got Geek News, and at 7:45, right after we award round one of your boners, we have an actual prize, an actual good prize. And, of course, we didn't come up with it. It's a gift from the CW. $100 Visa gift card prize. We're going to play Beat Gina, Superman and Lois Trivia.
But don't call now. That's not till later.
It's not till
Be
7:45.
ready for later for an actual prize for Beat Gina.
Yes, and I will tell you this. I wrote the questions yesterday. I've shortened them to just 3 multiple choices. And instead of 3 points, it's 2 points. All right? We're making it easy and quick.
Okay. We're going to get in and out.
And I'll just say this. No, I can't. That would be illegal. I was going to give you another hint, but
No.
I won't. 'Cause that would
Contest
be illegal.
fraud, Carrie. We can't
Yes,
have contest.
So I can't do that. All right, but that's coming up at 7:45. All right, let's get this going. 877-602-9696. If you've a mind to check in, call in and tell us your fondest Joe Dolce memories, or
Remember his great poem, The Darking Bog?
maybe you know it.
877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show when we come back to officially begin the proceedings.
Michael A. York and Associates.
Okay. Taxes. And everybody's going, oh, I don't want to hear that.
I don't get it.
You want something, though, you want to talk to somebody who makes taxes fun?
Believe it or
Michael
not.
York.
Yeah,
Michael.
we talked to Michael York last week about tax. First of all, he's excited about it, which means he's going to put that energy into your tax
exactly.
preparation.
He's the kind. You always want a nerd to handle things for you, and he is a tax nerd, and I mean that nicely.
I'm thinking about, what am I thinking about every day? I'm thinking about, I don't know, just dinking around, maybe having a drink. Michael York is thinking about taxes every day. That's
If you
all
wanna
he thinks about.
If you want to call and talk to him, his number is easy to remember. It's 801-REFUNDS, or you can go to michaelayork.com. He specializes in small businesses. Maybe you've done some gig work over the pandemic. You've had to add something to your repertoire. He can help you work through the taxes with that.
And he'll save you money in the process. He's amazing. So call him. 801-REFUNDS, or visit michaelayork.com. The mayor of Salt Lake has joined us here. It's Ralph Becker, and there's bad blood here, Mayor Becker.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Mayor,
You know what? You know what it is? I'm hurt.
It's bad blood
I'm
here.
hurt.
the worst thing you can do is when you accept a gift from a woman, not use it.
When I'm visiting with her.
Yeah,
Yes,
especially.
exactly.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a Barbary scorned.
I went all the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
All the way to
All the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
That's a good, mile? 2 from your house, right?
I know what deep trouble is, and here I am. And but I do want you to know I have been wearing your tie regularly and proudly and advertising where I got it. Yeah,
See
right.
this? See this?
Yeah.
Gina Barbarian.
Is it getting deeper?
Easy to say.
Now, Mayor Becker, our producer Richie says he sent. I thought he had called you, but apparently he sent an email to your office saying you may want to wear the tie
Oh, God,
when you
I
come to
didn't
say.
get
See, you didn't
There's
get
Mayor
it.
Becker going, I have an email address? What the?
Ralph Becker. Now we should say that Gina bought him a tie because you were tired of seeing him wear.
This tie, the tie he's wearing right now. Because every time I got a mailer from you while you were campaigning, different pictures, but same tie. And I was concerned that people were going to think you only had one tie. I was worried about you.
You want to know how to get her, Mayor Becker? You want to know how to get her?
Yeah,
Look at
I
her
need
very
advice.
seriously and say, "This tie was given to me by my dead mother."
Something like that.
Or
The thing is that this is a Jerry Garcia tie, and I don't think my mother knows
No.
Jerry Garcia or knew him. I
Who
should
was
say.
that nice Garcia fellow who lived down the street? He used to
right.
sell us squash.
Mayor Becker, great. How's it going? I mean, are you enjoying being the
Made
mayor?
the transition and everything?
I'm having a great time. I've got great people around me working. The city's been so responsive. Everyone's jumping in to do things we need to do. So I'm feeling great.
I want to applaud you, by the way, for taking a bold stance and making what I think is one of the most significant moves I've ever seen a mayor make, and that is get rid of that ugly logo that Rocky Anderson had, and go back to the traditional city logo. I'm actually serious.
Bill really likes that logo.
I like the traditional logo, that mountainy kind of. That was a dumb logo for Salt Lake.
It's the important issues Bill pays attention to.
Well, I realize these are symbols of the city, so there is importance there. It was really just a matter of personal preference, and as I mentioned when someone asked me about it, he said, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "Well, someone came to us and said you need to pick a logo for the city, and we'll develop one for you." And I said, "Well, I don't want to spend city's money to get a new logo." So we looked back at what was available. I really liked that one of the city county bill. I thought it was very distinguished, and
it's kind of formal looking And I think it represents you. I mean, you're a planner kind of a guy who likes detail, and that logo somehow says to me, it's, I don't know how to say what I'm saying here.
I got you.
It's a very. It looks like it was done by an engineer, or something.
Well, I don't know. I think it looks good, and obviously represents the city. So.
Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob,
Yeah.
how many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer, how
I
many?
can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee at Bob's House.
I'm an independent contractor.
Obama! Says Bob House of Hose. Obama!
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bocephus.
Obama! There he is. it's important that you know that that's Donald Trump Jr. And he's so he was just saying that. Who was that in there with him?
I
spliced
lost
in?
it already. Yeah.
Anyway, spliced in
Comedian.
because he just did that straight into a into a camera, and he was so obviously stoned.
Yep.
It was just ridiculous. What a horrible human being.
Let's officially open the program and get it over with. Brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Get a free furnace with a new central air system. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, here we go. And then once we go, we'll take your check-ins. If you want to call, 877-602-9696 is the number. Please use it.
All right.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We already did the sponsor, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. The moon is 75.4% of full. The moon will rise today at 1:19 p.m. It's on its way to being a full moon. It's Monday, the 22nd day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. It's 22nd day of Black History Month. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is the producer of the show, who always does such a fine job from the studio in downtown Salt Lake, while we get to lounge in our homes in front of the microphones. And I guess Miriam and Skip today are helping out. And today is day 7 of the Sturgeon Spearing Festival in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. The Sturgeon Spearing Festival. And by the way, Owen Tesson speared a gigantic 130.2-pound female sturgeon on day 7. Day 7 was yesterday.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Of the festival. Owen's fish was harvested in Lake Winnebago. They drill holes in the ice, and they watch for the sturgeon to swim around the hole, through, and they spear them through the hole. It's real sporting. Really sporting.
How do you pull a 100-pound sturgeon through a hole in the ice? That seems difficult.
Well, Gina, listen, I've done similar things with other things. So.
And it's possible?
Sure. You bet. It's listen, if a camel can pass through the eye of a needle, Gina, certainly a sturgeon can pass through an ice hole.
And get into heaven? A rich man? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Check-ins, anybody? 877-602-9696. You people want no part of this. That's what it is.
Wash my hands.
I think the audience has been Dolce'd. I think.
Yeah. If "Shut Up Your Face" wasn't enough, then the Darking Bog. And I'm sorry I found that. I really am.
You're going to revisit that later today and appreciate it in a different way, I bet. I bet you are wrong. You're going to go, wait a minute, maybe this isn't such a bad poem.
No, it really is a bad
really
poem.
Bad?
Yeah. So don't call. I don't care.
What do I care if you call?
I care if you don't want to check in.
It's fine. I'm all right.
Yeah.
There are some radio hosts whose opinions are simply more of me and less of you is better. All right, so maybe that's the approach we take.
Okay.
We got Ron the Carpenter checking in, and Logan is here.
Hi.
There you go.
Logan saved the day.
Logan, how are you?
I'm awake. How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm excited for the sturgeon spearing contest that goes on in Wisconsin. I'm going to follow that closely this week.
We'll be keeping
Yeah,
an
that's
eye
actually
on
my newest hobby is sturgeon spearing.
Have you ever been ice fishing? You know what people who do it?
Mohammed
Ice
loves
fishing?
to ice fish.
Yeah, ice fishing can be fun. I'm really skinny and I don't like the cold.
It just doesn't seem like it would be fun to me at all.
Mohammed loves it.
You get your gasoline-powered ice auger, and you build a little shack or a tent or something and sit in there, and I don't know. Doesn't seem fun.
You don't have to.
And
You're required to
And
ice
that's why I
fish.
don't.
You know, Gina, I'm aware of that that's because I never have.
You don't have to do it to survive.
Thanks for telling me that later on today I'll appreciate Joel Dolce and I don't have to ice fish. You're always so full.
Isn't that a
of great
relief, though, Bill, that you don't have to go?
Yeah. Gina's always just so full of really helpful comments like that for me. Yeah.
So
Really
it keeps
helpful.
you going.
It does. Logan, what are you doing today?
Just another day of work.
Well, thank you for doing it.
All right. Thank you, Logan.
Thank you guys for doing what you do. You have a good day and kill the rest of the show.
Thanks.
Not
Kill it?
I think Logan
You
is the
meant that in a good
backbone.
way.
Logan is the backbone of America.
Could be.
I
Could
think
be.
he is.
All right. Well, let's traffic, Gina, please.
Where's Benjamin, Utah? You ever heard of that?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's by Spanish Fork.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a crash there. I have to go all the way to Benjamin.
No, I-15 runs through there. So is it in Benjamin or on I-15?
It's on SR 147 at 3200 West in Benjamin. What I'm saying is traffic looks pretty good everywhere other than Benjamin. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. Perhaps you live in Benjamin. Maybe we're the #1 radio show in Benjamin.
It's in the same area as Payson.
Okay.
So, and we're #1 in Payson.
We'd love to hear from you.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Amy Donaldson Sports coming up after these. X96. The best news that I received in New York, well, the best thing that I learned, okay, is that I never have to go on a cruise again.
Good news, everyone.
That's good. Oh, I
Good
know why.
news, everyone.
I know why. Yeah.
Why?
We went out to Liberty Island, and this is the second time now that Sue has gotten seasick.
You go on a ferry out there.
Yeah. One time before is we took a cruise around the bay up in Seattle. She was just completely messed up the rest of that trip. And this time, it was our last day in New York. We went out, and she got seasick and was just miserable the rest of the day. So that is some great news. I never will have to go on a cruise. I've been on one. I'm not a cruise guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're
no matter
either
how old you get.
you are a cruise person or you're not a cruise person, and that's all there is to it.
I've never been on a cruise, but I'm worried I would get on a cruise and discover that I am not a cruise
My wife
person.
got quite seasick on a cruise. I think I would enjoy a cruise if it were the right one.
Well, now, see, that's the thing, is that a friend of mine, my friend next door, neighbor, Buckley, he came over and he said, you know, there's this cruise that we go on every year in October that I think you'd have a lot of fun, and you and Sue should come with us. It's a Halloween cruise to Mexico, and people just get rip-roaring drunk, and they're running around in costumes. And I said, well, two things. I don't think so, because that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I'm trapped on a
That doesn't
boat
really.
with a bunch of lunkheads.
But there's booze.
And second of all,
That doesn't make everything better.
yeah, believe it or
Really?
not.
No.
Believe it or not. Because, you know, there are just some people who drink I don't like to be around.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're the same kind of people who like to dress up in Halloween costumes, you know? I mean, imagine being locked in Port au Call on Halloween for 3 days.
Say no more.
You know?
See, the worst kind of cruise are those. I mean, do you want to go on a booze cruise? You don't.
You don't.
I'm telling you,
It sounds
you don't.
like a good idea.
You just don't want to. Those things that they label as booze cruises.
Didn't you guys go on one in Mexico?
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. We went in
And it was
Hawaii.
terrible.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. But yeah, there's these small cruise companies that are real high end that I think it'd be kind of. Or I'd like to do. There are river cruises where they do cruise adventures on the great rivers of Europe and things like that. I think that'd be, you know,
Now, that'd be okay.
a cruise of the Rhine on a boat with maybe it's like 100 other people or something like that with high end gourmet meals but they're expensive.
But I have been spared the hardship that is the cruise. So thank you, Sue,
Forever.
thank you, Sue, for being seasick, for being a landlubber. Thank you.
She doesn't have sea legs.
No sea legs.
Just a quick note here. Is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out of
are
9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
Richie's raised his hands.
I want your uterus.
You can have it, honey.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please use. Everything is very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage. One owner? It's a one
I
owner?
only drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Well, okay.
Good. Please have it.
All right.
Take my uterus.
All right, 6:37. Let's get to Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochies would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochies has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
I thought I hadn't heard anything about this for a long time, but apparently actresses and ex-students Sarah Tither Kaplan and Tony Gall, who first filed a lawsuit against James Franco for sexual harassment back in 2019, they have agreed to drop their individual claims under a new agreement, according to the court filings. A settlement agreement has been has been reached in a lawsuit that alleged James Franco intimidated students at an acting and film school that he founded, forced them into gratuitous and exploitive sexual situations. A status, and as somebody who has been through many, many acting classes, it would be, now I don't recall it ever seeing it happen, but it would be so easy as an acting teacher to do this kind of thing, to manipulate young students and get them to do things that they wouldn't maybe normally do because, well, you have to do these things if you want to be an actor. The status report filed jointly by the two sides in Los Angeles Superior Court said a settlement had been reached in the class action suit. The school that he founded is now defunct. The students said that James Franco pushed them into performing increasingly explicit sex scenes on camera in an orgy-type setting that went far beyond those acceptable even in Hollywood. So, and this is, so SNL's Michael Che has been accused of anti-Semitic remarks in a Weekend Update segment. And people are calling on him to retract and apologize. A Jewish organization is demanding that Mr. Che apologize over a joke he made about Israel's COVID-19 vaccine rollout. Saturday Night Live cast member is in hot water. The joke was, Israel is reporting that they've vaccinated half of their population. I'm going to guess it's the Jewish half, Che said. A mild joke at best, I would say.
The Palestinians and that's...
Yeah. The statement drew attention on social media, causing an uproar with viewers, and sparked a petition from the American Jewish Committee for NBC to retract its outrageous claim and apologize immediately. This was not an outrageous claim. Nobody was seriously suggesting that was the case. This is not a newscast.
No.
And no one was suggesting that it was really the case. I don't know if it is or not. And I don't think, now NBC and Saturday Night Live have not responded, and I think that I think they should just stick to their guns and say nothing about it. The coronavirus pandemic is affecting all sectors of society all over the world, just really changing the way people do things. And one thing that you may not have considered, it's made prostitution very difficult in Nevada's legal brothels.
Oh, no.
I'm sure.
As a matter of fact,
that makes sense.
Well, as a matter of fact, they've simply where prostitution is legal they've just said you can't do it. You've got to stop.
Well, you can't stay 6 feet apart. Who'd pay for that?
I can.
You can. I'm
Before
all the way over here. We're fine.
Before the coronavirus pandemic, tourist-dependent Nevada had a notorious attraction, the only place in America where prostitution is legal. Now, the women who work in these brothels, they focused on in this story on a couple of them. Like this one woman said, who lives in Pennsylvania, she says, "I just work 1 day a week. I go out there, I work 1 day a week. That's my job, and it feeds me and my family and keeps clothes on my back." That's really not quite, it's
probably not the best.
Yeah, that's not the best metaphor to use, I guess. But she said, I have no income, and her point was they've allowed, we can argue this all day whether it should happen or not, but they've allowed nail salons and massage parlors to open back up, massage places open back up, and she said, we'll put any kind of protocols we possibly can in, but so far Nevada legislators have said, nope, prostitution, you can't do it legally. So getting the coronavirus vaccine it has been a problem off and on for people all over the country, some places better, some places worse. Now, Utah, it seems to me we've been doing pretty well, but you will be able pretty soon to get COVID-19 lots of places other than just the places that the county sets up. Grocery stores now are doing it, I think, Harmon's and Kroger, and Costco is doing giving coronavirus vaccines all over the country. They haven't started to do it here yet, but Costco has been doing it. Demand in the state is going to go up. Governor Cox declared last week that residents age 65 to 69 are now eligible to get their shots, so there are going to have to be more places to do it. Within 2 weeks, vaccines will be made available to those with specific medical issues, no matter what their age. So that'll be in a couple of weeks. So people with underlying health conditions, really bad asthma and allergies and things like that, A statement on Costco's website said our pharmacies will be administering COVID vaccines as soon as they are available in accordance with accordance with CDC and state guidelines. Let's see what else. Tragedy.
Nope.
Gerald Otley has died. Name ring a bell?
Yes.
He died of COVID. He was 86 years old. Mr. Otley was the longtime conductor of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
I knew I heard that name somewhere.
Mr. Otley directed the choir for the last time at broadcast in the Tabernacle on Temple Square, Sunday, October 17th, 1999. He first directed them in 1974, so that was a pretty long career as director of the. You can't call it the Mormon Tabernacle Choir anymore. I think they would prefer you to call it the choir at Temple Square.
I think it's just the Tabernacle Choir, isn't it? I don't know. Thought I saw a logo.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. But they whatever. You got to get the word Mormon out of there.
Get it out of there.
Let's see. So, a United Airlines flight.
These pictures were so creepy.
Bizarre. Yeah. It rained debris a mile wide near Denver after engine failure, they're calling it. It looks like the engine just kind of exploded on this flight. Pieces of debris flying up past the windows as the passengers are going, whoa!
Flaming metal.
I don't think it should be doing that.
No. And the pilot, there's voice recordings of the pilot being as calm as you could imagine, really, saying, this is a mayday, 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 flight whatever. We have to return to the airport immediately. And they turned around, and they were able to get the plane back to the airport and land it. Nobody was injured. And fortunately, nobody was injured on the ground because there were some pretty big pieces of metal from that plane just scattered all over the place. As a result of this, United Airlines is grounding this particular Boeing aircraft. I don't have the model right in front of me. They've got a bunch of them, and they're grounding them all to check them all out because they don't know. They have no idea why this happened.
I saw the video of the engine on fire, in mid-flight, and then there was another picture of a big chunk of it, the round housing or whatever it is, the nacelle, in the front yard of a house.
Yeah, that could have landed on top of somebody.
It was just a few feet in a different direction. It would have been right on their house.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
Senator Mike Lee will attend a high-priced fundraiser for his re-election campaign at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. Of course,
I think that happened.
Yeah. So let me see the date on this.
20th.
Yeah, it did. So he did this. Of course, he also said Mitt Romney should not be punished for voting to impeach Trump.
But that's Trump's whole thing. This weekend, he's going to be at CPAC, and that's one of the things he's going to talk about is going after his enemies.
Yep.
Primary those people that voted against me.
That's exactly. And he's also going to say, I am the head of the Republican Party.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see. I just hope they keep fighting like this. With the internal fighting is nothing but good when it comes to the Republican Party. And finally, this story, just real quick. Congratulations. It's a new record. The most alcohol found in a DUI's bloodstream. A guy, where was this? He was pulled over, highly intoxicated in Oregon, .778.
So the fact that he's not dead with that, that's
congratulations. Okay. That's 9 times the legal limit, the most ever found in a person who has not died of alcohol poisoning.
He should be dead.
Congratulations.
All right. Let's see. We got sports coming up, but weather brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Pay a mere $30 for a furnace tune-up and get a free standard filter. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Yeah, pretty warm and sunny the next couple of days. Today, high of 45. Tomorrow, too. Next chance of snow looks like that will happen Wednesday. We've got a 40% chance on that day. Traffic is...
Also brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Free, free, free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook and Instagram to be the first for a new Free Brewery offers.
This is the first morning in a long time we haven't had to tell you about issues with weather for your commute. It's all smooth sailing. I had to go all the way to Benjamin, Utah to find a crash to tell you about. If you see something, though, and you think you need to share it with friends of the program, you can do that. Text it to us, 33986.
All right. Sports with Amy Donaldson. Here we go.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Here she is, the always entertaining, always charming Amy. You have a middle initial, Amy?
I don't, actually.
Oh, really?
No,
Amy
my parents thought my maiden name would be my middle name, so I'm one of those.
So Amy is she's a podcaster and writer and reporter. Where's the best place to find all of your stuff, Amy?
Probably Twitter, AD on Sports. You can find me there.
And you'll find your podcast
in
there
one
as well.
In 1 week, yeah. I usually tweet out every episode of our podcast, but we also have Twitter handle at VOR Podcast, which is the reason.
All right. What's going
on? Well, let's see. We've got it's crunch time for basketball in just about every league there is. So the Utah Jazz, they lost for the first time this month. Over the weekend, 116 to 112. They lost to the Clippers. We still have the best record in the NBA. They're number one in the Western Conference. They did not have a single player voted onto the All-Star team. As you know, fans get to vote for the starters of the All-Star game, and we didn't have a player voted by the fans. So now it'll be up to coaches to pick the reserves. A little bit of controversy brewing about whether or not they're going to include Mike Conley in that. I think Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert are the top, they get most of the attention and love from coaches, so we'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm.
But he definitely deserves to be, if you're looking at it statistically, especially with the Jazz having the best record in the NBA. I mean, they're the winningest team in the league. So,
and Quinn Snyder's going to coach it.
He's going to coach the Western Conference's team. But nobody wants this game. It's kind of a sad year to be an all-star. The game is March 7th. Usually they have like a couple of days of different events and things for the fans, the 3-point shooting contest, the skills challenge, the dunk contest. Those are all going to happen now, like and at the dunk contest is going to be at halftime of the game. So it's just to reduce the exposure. There's not going to be fans allowed at this point at the game. So the mayor of Atlanta, it was supposed to be in Indianapolis. They moved it to Atlanta. Mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Bottoms, said, "We encourage you to stay away. Watch it on TV." I mean, it's just the opposite of the normal hype. And even LeBron was like, "This is the game. This is the All-Star game nobody wants." And there was some talk of just taking a break, naming All-Stars, but not actually playing the game. But yeah, there's money to be made.
Yeah,
so
you can sell ads during the game. That's why it will happen.
TV money, baby, TV money. So there will be a game. And then local guy, Tony Finau, a Salt Lake native, he lost a heartbreaker yesterday. Would have been his second career PGA Tour win. He lost on the playoffs, the second hole of the playoffs in professional golf are sudden death. So he lost to a California native, Max Homa. He won the Genesis Invitational, which is he's from Southern California.
Amy, did I read correctly? Did I read correctly that this is the second or third time that Finau has been involved in a shootout like this, a sudden death shootout, and lost?
It's his third sudden death playoff loss. And think about this: heading into Sunday, he has 20 top 5 finishes. Since he won in Puerto Rico in 2016, the most of any player on the tour. So I think everybody was kind of cheering for him to win, and he couldn't have been more gracious. He's a wonderful person. You see him around back in Utah doing things around the holidays, handing out food, and he's from Rose Park, so yeah, it was kind of a heartbreaker for everybody.
Yeah, I happened to just tune in and see it. I felt really bad for him, but but at the end the two guys were just very, way to go, man.
Yeah.
Nice play.
Yeah. And then you have the Australian Open this weekend. Naomi Osaka, she won for the women. She beat Williams in the semifinals, Serena Williams in the semifinal. I just want to point this out. Naomi Osaka is 23. Williams is 39. And Williams has won more Grand Slams than anybody, man or woman, in the U.S. with 24. Actually, she's anybody, period, not just the U.S. So she was hoping, she's won 23, that she was hoping to make that 24. Gave her an extra one. Novak Djokovic, he won his 9th Australian Open. He did it.
Isn't he the anti-vaxxer
guy? Are you booing him?
Yeah, isn't he the anti-vaxxer?
Well, I'm not sure about the anti-vaxxer, but he's also the guy who he sent a letter saying, here's how we could have some fans at the Open. And he said it was just a letter to, share some concerns that he had heard from other players. But it caused a big controversy, and Australia was like, dude, we don't even want you here anyway, so get out, because they had to quarantine for 14 days. Australia has super strict rules. My daughter's fiance is from Australia. She hasn't seen her family in a year and a half, probably won't see them until 2022. But then they made this exception to have the Australian Open, and it made a lot of people pretty angry. So then he was not, everyone wanted him to lose, and he ends up winning his 9th Australian Open. It's his 18th Grand Slam title. He's 2 away from the record, just FYI. And he's been at number one.
Good for him. Good for him.
I know. But here's another, a golf. You want some Rudy Giuliani in your sport?
Sure.
Amy, this is going to be a boner candidate next hour. But go
super
ahead.
Creepy. Yes.
You can mention it. Go ahead.
No, I'll just mention that it's super creepy. And if you find yourself sitting next to someone at a golf tournament who's talking about the fact that he can see a woman's underwear, you need to move. Don't hang out with that guy anymore.
Yeah.
So that's a good boner. That's a good boner candidate. Yeah, it's Michelle Wee West, and it was. You can look at it on Twitter too.
And Rush Limbaugh involved in this.
It includes Rush Limbaugh, and it includes Steve Bannon, right? There's the trifecta.
Wow. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome dudes. Yeah, guys I aspire to be like. Men's basketball, Utah lost to Oregon 67-64. Kind of a heartbreaker at the end. They got a double dribble call, which you've never seen in college basketball. They have UCLA next on Thursday. BYU, they're sitting second in the West Coast Conference, and they just have 2 more league games. San Francisco on Thursday and St. Mary's on Saturday. Utah State's 4th in the Mountain West Conference. They lost to Boise State on Friday. They have a couple games left. Weber State, 3rd in the Big Sky. They beat Northern Arizona. They play Sacramento State twice, Thursday and Saturday, the way they're doing their games. They travel to one place and play a couple games. And then they're home for a couple games. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see the tournament taking shape, and we're, it's almost March Madness. It's almost the big dance, and we'll see how that's going to go. Remember, this is kind of when things went south last year, right?
That's right.
The anniversary of it all.
All right, Amy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amy. All right. Take care.
Best to the family.
Oh, there she goes. AD on Sports is her Twitter handle. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
And nice job, everybody. Keep it up.
Go get them.
That's your traffic.
Okay. There's not much. If you do see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, you can always send it in at 33986.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Derek Kitchen on the phone talking about the legislative session. And we need to find out why he was dressed up like a cowboy. We've got Beat Gina on the way at 7:45, right after we award round 1 of your boners, which will obviously before that. And we've got a $100 Visa gift card prize to give away from the CW, Superman and Lois Trivia. The show starts on Tuesday, the new Superman show. So be here for that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Oh, man, it's time to give up, I think.
What?
No, I mean, give up your glasses.
Yes.
Your contact lenses, not on life, certainly.
Okay.
Hoops Vision wants you to give up your glasses, your contact lenses. Give up foggy glasses. Give up dry contact lenses. Give up living your life restricted by your vision. So if you go to Hoops Vision and make an appointment, you'll get this is a free, no obligation appointment.
Mm-hmm.
You can get, and then they'll just talk to you and find out if you're a good candidate. And if you are, they'll tell you how to schedule. And right now they have 0% financing, and they have $800 off LASIK or PRK through the end of this month. There's never been a better time to buy or to say yes to improved vision, if you prefer. Carrie's had it done. I've done it. It's really just great.
It's a great choice.
877-30 LASIK is the number to call, or go to hoopsvision.com.
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work,
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just says,
I think.
we don't want to talk to each other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each other.
No, not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take the food to the couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
you don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk! Sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Gotta have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No. No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you gotta have it.
But you gotta have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Let's watch a little cartoons.
See,
that would be nice.
You know what you need? You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally shut it off.
That's what we have.
So you can
and then
pretend there's no TV in there until you really
The other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, the porn. But that's another subject altogether that
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on TV.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Okay, Derek Kitchen on the phone.
Democratic State Senator Derek Kitchen with us right now. Good morning, Derek.
Hi, good morning.
Derek, our first question to you has to be, somebody was saying, I didn't see this, but Gina saw it. Is that right, Gina? Saw you?
Yeah, it's a Western Day at the Capitol. What's this all about?
You were dressed as a cowboy?
I am a cowboy, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we had Western Theme Day on the Hill on Friday, and yeah, I threw on my best and did what I could.
Do you have spurs and chaps and a hat and all of that?
Well, I am a gay man after all. No, I have some attire that works well. I didn't have spurs, unfortunately. That'll have to go on next year's costume.
Because I like spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle myself.
Those are the best kind.
Yeah. So let's talk about the serious stuff, Derek Kitchen. First of all, what in the hell is going on in the legislature? They refused to pass a resolution that would allow Dixie State to change its name, and also there's this move afoot. They will not encourage schools that have Native American mascots to change to a different mascot. They just say, no, you can just go ahead and do what you're doing. What is going on with that?
Okay, well, there's this attitude among some legislators up there that we're too sensitive. And, they're concerned, with what they call, quote-unquote, cancel culture. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a big tone right now. When it comes to Dixie, honestly, we're going to change the city of Utah. We need to change the name of Dixie.
Yes.
It needs to happen. So whether or not that bill seems like it may fail, it's odd because usually it's the House of Representatives where things go to die, but it passed the House and now it's coming to the Senate. It seems to die. So, that's unfortunate. I'm still uncovering some details, but I would really like to see that up for a vote. And the governor said he would sign this bill, and so it would be a shame if it got through the House and then failed in the Senate on the Dixie name change. When it comes to the mascot thing, they just folks need to understand the issues relating to these groups in our communities and what the mascots mean or don't mean to some folks, and it's just unfortunate, to be quite honest.
Can I point out the fact that these people are talking about cancel culture? The biggest example of cancel culture on the planet is the white race decimating the Native American race. Yeah. That's cancel culture, you morons.
Well, and who are we or anybody to tell anybody else what is offensive to them?
Exactly.
That's not.
The argument that Dixie was making was that we go out of state and people go, "What the hell is this?"
No.
Well, and it's hard on the university too. Even the administrators, they're concerned about the ability to attract and retain students and funding.
Yeah.
And, it just needs to happen. And so, it seems like the bill may die this year. I'm not sure quite yet. We have a week and a half left, so cross your fingers.
Gun safety. You're going to pass a bill that will allow gun safety courses to be taught in high school. I don't have a problem with that particularly. Will that go through, or has it gone through?
I haven't had a chance to vote on that bill yet. It hasn't come through a committee or it hasn't hit the Senate floor, but I don't dislike it either. I think if we're going to have guns everywhere like we do, we need to make sure that the folks that use them know how to. And if we just got rid of the concealed carry permit, so it's just weird. It's like one step forward, one step back. It's a do-si-do kind of thing.
Well, I remember when I was in high school, we had the hunter safety course.
Yeah.
I don't recall if it was
it was NRA.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah.
But I had to pass that to get my patch so that I could go hunting. And that it was stuff I already knew because I grew up on a farm and Dad taught me all that stuff. But maybe it is a good thing to know. But I would counter with, what's a person more likely growing up to do, have an experience with, handling a gun or having sex? I think every one of them are going to have sex.
In my case, it's both.
Well, we're not talking at the same time. But they're so hesitant with the whole sex thing. But boy, the gun thing,
If I didn't have a gun, I would never have sex. So what is the legislation? These are House bills, I know, but and I don't know if they've come to your side yet, the Senate side, but allowing a person at risk of suicide or self-harm to voluntarily or temporarily forfeit his right to buy a gun.
Oh man, okay. I don't even know what to say about that.
It's just absurd. It's absurd.
It's absurd. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I actually haven't read the details on that one. So you're giving me a bit of an education here, Bill. But I hadn't heard that one, to be honest.
Well, what are you concerned about today? What are you going to be focused on today? Because we are getting down to the wire here.
Mm-hmm.
We are, yeah. We've got just a little less than 2 weeks left. Things are going to they started picking up last week, and so, we're going to finalize our budget this week. It looks like we've got some pretty healthy numbers, so that's good. And I'll just be honest with you. This morning, I'm meeting with some leadership to talk about this trans ban in sports. Mm-hmm. Banning trans kids from playing sports. So that's sort of my priority right now. It's getting that one addressed in the Senate. Hopefully we can stop it from making it out of the Senate. And obviously Governor Cox said he would veto this, which I'm grateful for. But, even simply having the conversation about trans kids on the floor of the Senate is damaging to their mental and behavioral health. This is not good. So, the fact that it's even a conversation is unfortunate. So that's a huge priority of mine, is to get that one.
Do you think that the legislature needs to limit the power of the executive branch?
Well, during with an executive sort of power situation, all of those are borrowed powers from the legislative branch. I didn't think Herbert overstepped really last year. I don't anticipate Cox doing the same. It seems to be a solution looking for a problem, quite frankly. But
Yeah.
Well,
let's see.
much, sir.
Yeah, I guess that's about. I think we covered a lot of stuff. When is the session over?
Next week, the end of next week.
Okay. How was the Western food on Cowboy Day?
Oh, I went to my restaurant instead. I jumped off the hill for that.
Oh, you had good food. Okay.
All right, Derek Kitchen, thanks a lot for talking with us. We'll see you again, okay?
I appreciate it. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Derek.
So, can we play this whole thing later, Carrie?
Are you serious?
I feel unsatisfied I haven't heard this whole song.
I like this song.
Come on, do it.
Well, we'll see. We have until 9 o'clock to decide.
Okay.
Traffic.
Some friends of the program sending in traffic alerts. Wreck southbound 215 west side, just south of the 7th north exit. Thank you, whoever sent that in. I hope you're being safe when you're texting to us. Let's see, crash southbound I-215 at 200 north in Salt Lake. That's off to the right shoulder. But so far, that's it. So things seem to be moving well. If you do see something, and it's safe for you to let us know, text it to us, 33986. Strong Volkswagen unlocks stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Doesn't it seem to you like the people who bitch most about cancel culture? This is cancel culture.
Yeah.
They're the ones canceling stuff.
Well, they're the ones who invented it. Freedom fries. You remember when the Dixie Chicks spoke ill of Bush overseas and they took care of that? They invented it.
Yep. All right. Anyway, Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1, bribing the TSA. Boner candidate number 2, this is not a snake, this is a poo.
Oh.
And boner candidate number 3, I was lonely.
All right, we got Boners round 1 coming up, and don't forget, in about a half hour from now, it's a special edition of Beat Gina, Superman and Lois edition. We've got a $100 Visa gift card if you beat Gina at Superman Trivia. I won't lie, this is the easiest Superman trivia you'll get from a comic book nerd like me. All right, coming up after these, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehigh, look! Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'd be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1. It's not boner of the day yet, you see. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both of these winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, you've got to decide of these 3 which one deserves to move forward to boner fight. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Someday you will actually be able to wear it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Bribing the TSA. John Trail White, 29 years old, Nadia Bailey, 28 years old, have been charged with bribery and flown back to the mainland. The 2 allegedly flew to Daniel K. Inouye Airport, International Airport in Hawaii, without any coronavirus test results, and told an airport screener not to alert officials in exchange for money. Mr. White is accused of offering the screener $2,000 to avoid quarantine, and Bailey offered the same screener an additional $1,000, the Hawaii Attorney General's office and Department of Public Safety reported in a COVID-19 update from the governor's office.
Because that works against coronavirus. You can bribe coronavirus to not infect you. You can say, coronavirus, if I give you $2,000, you won't make me sick, right?
No, they didn't offer that might have worked, Gina. They didn't offer it to the coronavirus. They offered it to the TSA screener. The screener was an honest person, however, and alerted deputy sheriffs who arrested both of them for bribery. White and Bailey were booked and released and immediately flew back to the mainland. The Attorney General's investigation is continuing. Bribery is punishable in Hawaii by up to 15 years in prison. Boner candidate number 1, bribing the TSA. Boner candidate number 2, this is not a snake. This is a poo. Yes, indeed. Police officers in the Czech Republic hurried to tackle a supposed snake in a toilet bowl in the Czech town of Milosevic. What they discovered was not a living snake. They quickly eliminated what they discovered with the flush button on the toilet. The municipality police of the Czech town of Milosevic had a rather smelly case to deal with. The phone call came from a terrified woman telling them that she had found a snake in her toilet. She blocked the toilet and locked the door to the bathroom and anxiously awaited for officers to arrive. The police hurried to her apartment building, thinking how big of a snake it must be to fit in a toilet bowl and what would be the best technique to capture this snake. When they arrived on the scene, they found the toilet lid covered by electronics that the woman had put there to prevent the animal from escaping. I think she probably grabbed whatever was heavy, her radio or
smash.
Yes, and
wouldn't that just sort of. Okay, go ahead.
But
I'm thinking about it too much.
No, she put the lid down on the toilet and then put something heavy on it so that the snake wouldn't get out. So they took the thing out, lifted up the lid, and the officers used a flashlight to investigate the inside of the toilet bowl, and what they found was not snake. Madam, this is a poo. I can't imagine.
People are asking if this qualifies as poop chat. No, it does not, because it's a boner candidate.
Yeah.
Snake chat.
No. Boner candidate number 2, not a snake. This is poop.
Right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I was lonely.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit at Stockton12Honda.com.
Well, it's looking as though Elton John may emerge from lockdown healthier than he's been in years. Appearing on the UK show Good Morning Britain, Elton's husband, David Furnish, said it was, quote, a big load off of my mind when Sir Elton, he doesn't call him Sir Elton, when Elton got his COVID-19 vaccine, but that's not the only thing that he's been doing to improve his well-being. He's embarked on a fitness regimen and a diet. He's been losing weight. He's been looking after himself. Really, really, really well, Furnish said. He said that he and Elton have had the most amazing year doing stuff together, watching lots of movies together, lots and lots of television. And Elton is continuing to just devour new music, not food, he said. So that's good. That's good for him. Good for him. Not good for the United States. The U.S. death toll from the coronavirus has topped 500,000 as of yesterday, according to an NBC News tally, a milestone that underscores the threat that the virus still poses, even as more people are vaccinated. The coronavirus has killed more than 2,462,000 people nationwide. That's according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. More than one-fifth of all of the deaths worldwide have been in the United States, which has less than 5% of the global population. So, NBC News tally showed that about 500,700 people had died of COVID-19 as of midnight Sunday Eastern Time. But numbers all over the country, all over the world, do seem to be dropping. Utah is seeing some good news in its battle against coronavirus. Plenty of work still needs to be done, of course, they say, but the Utah Department of Health reported 701 new cases on Sunday, and Utah had only one day in the past week with more than 1,000, which that's a significant change. The week before, there were 3 days that had 1,000 or more. Hospitalizations have decreased. They dropped by 1 on Sunday to 241, the fewest admitted with the virus since October, and yet Utah still has one of the highest infection rates in the United States. It ranks 4th with 11,417 infections per 100,000 people. That's according to the New York Times. Only North Dakota and South Dakota and Rhode Island have a higher rate of infection among their residents. One piece of good news about the vaccine too is that as they survey people kind of constantly, if you have access to the vaccine, will you take it? More and more and more Utahns are saying yes.
I was a little worried there initially, and maybe that's all it took was time for them to see. Okay, a bunch of people are getting it, and they seem to be fine, and it seems to be. Maybe they just needed. They weren't never going to get it. They just wanted to see a group of people go through the process before they felt okay about it.
I think when they see a lot of people doing it, and it seems to be going okay, and it's become a sort of a badge of honor and pride among people, and people congratulate each other. You got your shot. Oh, that's congratulations. That's great news.
I always say, good for you, good for you.
You're Christopher Walken?
Yes.
Mitt Romney, there was a great editorial, I think it was in the New York Times yesterday. Mitt Romney has proposed a child benefit program, which would include universal monthly payments to families of up to $350 per child.
Carrie, this might make you have a kid.
Across the board. Now, so in the debate kicked off by Senator Romney's family plan, people are saying, well, we just give people money for they're not working, but think about it in a different way.
Yeah.
Mr. Romney's proposed child benefit program is a step in the right direction and is as unconditional as a baby's need. When a baby is born, a baby needs stuff.
Yes.
They can't do anything for themselves.
They can't work.
So people have to work to provide for the baby. Mr. Romney's plan would include monthly payments to families up to $350 per child. It would be universal. That he has made it a target. That has made it a target of some conservatives who prefer a narrower approach to tax relief. Instead of doing that, well, we should give them tax relief. But what are you doing with tax relief? that has to do with work.
Yes.
You have to have a job in order to receive tax relief. Senators have called Romney's...
People are just going to have a bunch of kids so they can get a bunch of money. They're going to have more kids than they can handle.
That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
Senators have called Romney's proposal welfare assistance and said an essential part of being pro-family is being pro-work. No, it's not. Congress should expand the child tax credit without undercutting the responsibility of parents to work to provide for their families. But the senators are pro-work only in a narrow sense. And in that sense, they sell families short. There's no intrinsic value to labor outside of the home that raises it to a higher dignity than the work of parents or other caregivers within the home. If only wage work is seen as real work, then a father who stays home with his young children doesn't count as providing for his family. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah. Mitt Romney, you just need to join the Democratic Party because your party, the GQP, is no longer what you grew up in. It's not that anymore. All right? They're just going to sit and shoot you down. And this sounds like a very also pro-life kind of a thing to me.
I was going to bring that up because if some people's reason for needing an abortion is I can't afford the baby, this might be enough to keep, I'm speaking from their talking points, of course, that, well, maybe if I could get a little help every month, it's something I would consider. So
I think I think Romney has thought it through and thought the nuances of it through, or his advisors have. But the Republicans are just, well,
they don't know nuance is the thing.
All right, that's it.
We have time for another.
Oh, we got time for another
one?
We
got 2 minutes, yeah.
Okay, here, this is an interesting story, I thought. You're familiar with the famous painting, The Scream?
Yes.
By Edvard Munch.
It's this.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Perfect, Gina. It's I don't know if it's a man or a woman. You can't really tell. I've always thought it was kind of feminine looking, but standing on a bridge, holding hands against the side of its face, and apparently wailing, screaming, and it's just very crazy looking background. So it's called The Scream and it's by Edvard Munch. Now, I didn't know this, but there is writing on that picture. This is one of the world's most famous paintings, and somebody has written in tiny letters on it, in pencil, could only have been painted by a madman. Nobody has known until recently who did that, where did it come from. Written on the painting in pencil, could only have been painted by a madman. Well, they decided to analyze it, and they compared it to Edvard Munch's own handwriting, and it has been determined that he wrote it on there.
So it's been on there the whole time?
Yeah, it's been. I didn't know that. It's funny that nobody's ever. It's really tiny. You can just barely see it, but it's been there the whole time. And everybody said, well, I wonder who put it there, why it's there, because Munch never said anything about it. But they've decided, yep, it's him. It could only have been painted by a madman.
Wow. All right. Sports
Wasn't
weather.
That interesting?
That is interesting. Yeah.
All right.
Sports weather traffic.
You want sports here too?
We don't need. It's up to you.
I can do that.
Geez, Gina, if we don't want to put you out.
We don't usually do it here.
Okay, sorry.
No, but I've got something. Former Major League Baseball star Johnny Damon had a clear view of jail after his DUI arrest, and he's like, you know what? So reporters are waiting there when they let him out. Johnny, how was jail? It sucks, and handcuffs are worse. Jail is horrible.
Really?
This is news to him, I guess.
I mean, I've seen shows, but it's
jail sucks. Boy, if I'd known this, I never would have gotten drunk and driven my car. This is terrible. And apparently, when he got pulled over, his wife, you can picture the scene. She's in the passenger seat and he's driving, and she's being helpful, and starts yelling at the cops and being belligerent.
That always.
Because what happens is when you do that, the cops say, "I'm sorry I bothered you," and they leave and don't arrest you. That's what happens.
That's why I always have my woman with me when I'm driving drunk.
That's sports. Weather, we've got a nice, sunny, warm couple of days. High 45 today and tomorrow, and sunny skies. Next chance of snow looks like that will be on Wednesday, about a 40% chance. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-215 west at 200 north in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is being affected there. And I'll check our message stream because that's the only one UDOT's telling me about, and you're not telling me about any either, so that must be it. I've gone to 2 sources to check my sources. If you do see something, though, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along. Carrie?
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook and Instagram to be first for new Free Brewery offers.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I was lonely. Police were summoned to a Walmart in Vero Beach, Florida, by a woman who reported that a man who was parked next to her was pleasuring himself while behind the wheel of the car and that his driver's side window was open. Upon arriving in the parking lot, cops stopped a Kia with out-of-state plates and asked the driver to exit the vehicle. When Kyle Weiss stepped out of the car, there was little doubt that he was the suspect being sought because he was obviously in a state of arousal. Weiss initially denied exposing himself and claimed that he was at Walmart as a food shopper, adding, his business is like Uber Eats and buying food and delivering it to customers. That's what he does for work. Upon further questioning, however, Mr. Weiss admitted that he was lying to the police. Asked by the police, why were you doing that in the parking lot of the Walmart? His reply was, and I think maybe this isn't a boner candidate because it's so logical, why were you doing that? Well, because I was lonely.
Well, everyone knows that if you...
Yeah. You won't be lonely for long. People
the cops will come.
People will want to come and be with you.
Yeah, you'll get arrested. You'll meet people right away.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, bribing the TSA. Hawaiian tourist bribing an airport screener with $3,000 to bypass COVID-19 protocols. Well, the screener didn't take the bribe and turned them in. Boner candidate number 2, this is not a snake, this is a poo. In Czechoslovakia, a woman called the police about this giant snake that was in her toilet. It was frightening her. When they got there, it wasn't a snake at all. It was someone's waste. And boner candidate number 3, I was lonely.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day, because round 2 is coming up at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. And we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. You will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So right now, think hard. Pick a champion from this round 1 to send forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. Then you text that to 33986. Okay? Or you can call the producer's booth and talk to them. Use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 22, 2021. And vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1. Let's get to voting. All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on
They're
Third.
dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on 3rd South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up on Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying I listen to your show every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. All right, time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by pappardelle. Pappardelle?
Pasta.
Yeah,
pasta.
Really good.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Boner candidate number one, bribing the TSA. Hawaiian tourists trying to get into the country without any coronavirus screening, and so they offered $3,000 in bribes to a screener.
Into the state.
Oh, yeah. I always think of it as a country.
It feels like a whole different country.
It feels like you're going to another country, but it is, yes, you're right. Was it the 50th state, or was Alaska the 50th state? I think Hawaii was.
Hawaii was the last one.
Boner candidate number two, this is not a snake, this is a poo. It's Czechoslovakian police, Czech Republic police, called about a snake in a toilet. Giant snake was going to get this woman. She was scared. It was not a snake. It was a big brown poo. And boner candidate number three, I was lonely. Florida man busted for wanking it in a Walmart parking lot. And that was his excuse. Well, I did it because I was lonely. Brian won a boner T-shirt, or the promise of such. And the winner was boner candidate number, by one vote.
Really?
Boner candidate number three, I was lonely.
By one vote?
Yeah, over number one, the TSA.
Okay, hey, we don't pick 'em, you do. That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. Round two coming up at 8:20 with three different candidates. We'll get another winner there as well. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other for boner fight. 9:20 is when you'll decide boner of the day, 9:20 this morning. 877-602-9696 if you want to line up to beat Gina. Now, for those of you who have not heard our Beat Gina game, this is a very easy multiple choice trivia.
Why do you have to say it like that? That makes it sound like it's real easy to beat Gina. We make it real easy, so you... I mean, that's
I'm making it easy for them. Okay. Because if you were to play Gina, fair, with a non-easy question, with just regular trivia questions, she'd kill you.
Okay.
She'd just take care of you, not be a problem. So I've made it more fair for you.
We just want to give this prize away really badly.
Which is what? Well, it's Johnny, I believe. Let's get the game going, and that's the wrong game music.
There we go.
And now it's time for a super special edition of Beat Gina. Yes, Beat Gina, the game that everyone wants to play. And this time it's brought to you by the CW. And don't miss Superman and Lois. Yes, Superman and Lois coming to the CW tonight.
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, yes. Tune into the CW to see the Man of Steel and him facing the hardships of family life while living in a world where evil never sleeps. It doesn't say anything here, though, Carrie, about what the prize is.
Well, the prize, Gina.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
He's got it right there.
It's a $100 Visa cash card. It's just like $100. There's $100 from the CW 30.
So watch Superman and Lois tomorrow night on the CW 30. Set your DVR now.
It's 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
All right. And we've got a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off mic during the commercials and determined that Brody will be our contestant to play the super special edition of Beat Gina. Brody, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
All right, Brody, here's how it works. I'm going to toss a coin to determine who goes first in this game. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails? Sorry.
Brody, heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails. Let's see what we got here. Coin toss app says heads. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first.
I'm ready.
All right, Brody, here's how this works. is this is Gina's question first to answer exclusively. All right. Now, if she gets it right, she gets the point. If she doesn't get it right, then you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. And since we're making this so easy, the first person to 2 points will win. Multiple choice, Superman trivia. Gina?
Yes.
What is the name of the dimensional prison where Kryptonian criminals were exiled for their crimes?
Okay.
Was it A, the Cecil Hotel? B, Spanish Fork? Or C, the Phantom Zone?
Well, that would be the Phantom Zone, Carrie.
Okay, thank
wow,
you very
that's
much.
I guess that's a point for Gina.
Is Johnny giving up already?
Brody.
All right, Brody.
Brody, you control the question, so this is the moment where it will be a point for Brody.
Brody.
And then Gina will go get the next one, and she'll win 2-1.
You don't know.
Brody.
Anything can happen on Beat Gina, Johnny. It's anything goes.
Brody, here's your question. Which supervillain killed the Man of Steel in Superman issue number 75? What is the name of the supervillain that killed Superman? Is it A, the French Tickler? B, Juan Gigante? Or C, Doomsday?
A resonates with me, but I'm going to say C, Doomsday.
A resonates with me.
Okay, that's one for Brody.
All right.
Now Gina controls the question, and do you have more than 3 questions?
I have more than 3.
We're going to do this again tomorrow, Johnny, so we'll save the question.
All right. Gina.
Yes.
What is Superman's Kryptonian name?
Okay.
Because, the Kryptonian name, they're kind of strange. Like
he wasn't born Superman.
He wasn't born Clark. Yeah. Clark Kent is his Earth name, but his Kryptonian name, given to him by his parents on Krypton, they're strange sounding. So here are your choices. Is it A, Nicolas Cage?
Okay.
B, Kanye? Or C, Kal-El?
Well, I do like
get it wrong, I dare
Cage, you. but it's Kal-El.
It is in fact.
Sorry,
Kal-El.
Brody, you don't get the prize.
Now wait, Johnny, hold on there a minute.
He lost fair and square.
But I think Brody is super. You're a super guy, Brody.
Aw.
In a totally unexpected turn.
Because you're such a super guy, I'm going to go ahead and say we should give you the $100 Visa card from CW30 because they want to remind you to watch Superman and Lois on CW Tuesday, February 23rd at 7 p.m. on Utah's CW.
7 p.m. You got it.
Brody?
Set your DVR, Brody. Thank you.
Perfect.
He's earned that $100 right
Hang
there.
on the line, Brody. Somebody will get to you, I'm sure. Never have I felt so
Johnny,
debased.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
I'm a
I thought
professional.
that went well.
I'm a professional.
Is this insulting to you, Johnny? Is that what you're saying?
I've got to go.
I think Johnny is, he feels like maybe the fix was in a little bit. So,
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's muttering to himself as he goes down the stairs.
He's muttering.
I know that.
Game show history.
This is a Superman and Lois series. It's a 2-hour special tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Tomorrow, no, it's the first episode and a 1-hour special tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So
it's 2 hours worth of stuff.
2 hours worth of Superman. The first hour, the special is, it's just about Superman and about the show, and but then they start the show with Superman and Lois. The premise being, newspapers are closing left and right.
Yeah.
It's as timely as today's headlines? Is
And
that
Clark and Lois not working at the Daily Planet anymore. But they have 2 kids.
Do they have a podcast? This is going to be them with a podcast, isn't it?
I got that one coming up in Geek News, Gina.
Oh, okay.
You won't believe it. You won't believe it. It's coming up. All right, traffic, please.
Well, we had a wayward bison in Tooele County that was hanging out in Dugway on the road. So be aware of wayward bison in Tooele County. We also have a crash westbound 27th West, 54 South in Salt Lake. The westbound and northbound right lanes are blocked. And a crash southbound I-215 West at 200 North in Salt Lake. Looks like that's about it. If it's safe for you to text and you see something you think other friends of the program should know about, you can do that at 33986. X96 and Victor's Tires sending you on a spring break vacation to Westgate, Las Vegas. Trip includes $500 cash card, 2 nights at Westgate, Las Vegas, and 1 VIP pod at the Westgate Sportsbook. $25 food and beverage credit. You can enter to win at x96.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here to tell us what's on TV after these. And round 2 of your boners and big boy news all coming up. Stand by for all of that. RanLife.com.
You know, I did a refi with RanLife not once but twice and took advantage of the lower interest rates, and you really should try that too. I've told you all about that, calling RanLife at 801-478-4500. You can talk to their qualified very experienced loan officers, and they'll help you out. But I got an email from somebody who took my advice and got the very first mortgage that they've ever had with RanLife. They said that the experience was just great, easier than could have been anticipated, and they closed for a new home in just around 30 days. You can get free no-obligation quotes from RanLife. If you call them at 801-478-4500, they can help you buy a home. They can help you sell a home. They can help you lower your mortgage rates with a refi. It's RanLife.com. RanLife.
The workday can get...
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
Fine, I won't say anything.
No, we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to. For how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
I have to say it.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instrument, sir.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
Nice.
Leanne, you and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's special treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't be mean or you might make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I love you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I
okay,
wanted.
thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See, you were going to cry for me,
No.
huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling
Michelle,
up, and
do
I
you
thought,
think
you know
that...
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in
minute.
the workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle.
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, that's what happened to the."
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
You're
it's
being sarcastic.
apparently.
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like 5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
stop. You just
all
kept
right.
going.
No, I
Michelle?
didn't yell.
Michelle.
And going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle.
All right.
Michelle. Is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl was either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
You're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when.
Right, it's 8:04 right now. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina? It's Bill
Yes,
Frost.
moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, here he is. It's Bill Frost. He is here to talk about what's on TV this week. And there are many things on TV this week. Too many. There's too many things. There are just too many things to watch on TV, but hopefully Bill can narrow it down for us a little bit. Mr. Frost is the television the media critic for Slug Magazine. He's the host of a podcast about TV, ostensibly, called TV Tan, and he does music in a band called Magna Vega. Good morning, Mr. Frost.
Hello.
Where can we find all of the Frost stuff? I'm sorry, Gina. Where do we find all of that?
BillFrost.tv.
Yeah. Now Gina has.
Before we get started, Bill, I owe you an apology, Bill Frost.
Oh. Okay.
I think this happens every once in a while on this show. I feel like probably most often it's Bill that does this where he will come on here and say, I found this show and it's really good and I started watching it, and you, Bill Frost, say, yeah, I told you about that 3 years ago, and you didn't just discover it. I told you should have watched this 3 years ago.
And for some reason you seem to take sort of offense to that or something. I don't.
But I am guilty of such thing because I started watching Poldark over the weekend. And as I watch it, I'm like, I remember Bill Frost telling me several years ago, Gina, you would like this show very much. And I number one, you were right, and number two, I'm sorry I didn't take your advice 5 years ago when it came out.
It's totally fine. Shows don't go away anymore, so you can discover things years later now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for knowing my taste, because this is my taste.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I don't have to tell you about Superman and Lois, apparently. I think you've got that covered.
No, tell us about it, though. Yeah, tell us about it.
Well, it's on Tuesday. It's on the CW, and as Carrie mentioned, Clark and Lois are going back to small town living.
Mm-hmm.
And
are they in Smallville?
Mostly, I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And but we're not going to redo Smallville.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, I noticed we've got other people in here, like Dylan Walsh from Nip Tuck is in here.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing a general looking for Superman. And Emmanuel Shariki from Entourage is in here as Lana Lang.
Clark's girlfriend, from when he was in Smallville.
Yeah.
And the other guy, I think, is Lois. I think the other guy is Lois's dad, the general.
Who plays Lois and who plays Clark?
Taylor Hoechlin is Superman. He's Clark. He's been playing Superman in the the CW superhero DC shows. The crossover Supergirl was where he came from.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember the name of the actress that plays Lois.
Elizabeth Tulloch.
And she was on, let's see, somebody mentioned this. Grimm, that's it.
She looks kind of grim.
Yeah, so that's more CW, DC superhero one for you there. Also premiering on Tuesday, Brian Regan has a new stand-up special on Netflix. I know Utah loves Brian Regan.
Yeah,
yes.
Doesn't he he sells out the Delta Center 5 times over whenever he...
And the Event Center and
it's the same.
Yeah,
place.
so
Energy Solutions.
He's back, and the biggest joke he has right now is his hair is white.
Ho, 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 ho.
That's pretty funny.
He's a safe comedian.
Yeah.
Well, Jim Gaffigan's hair has always been white, okay?
That's true.
Jim Gaffigan was a safe comedian before it was cool.
Yeah.
On Wednesday on FX, it's the season 4 premiere of Snowfall, a story about the 1980s crack cocaine epidemic, and it's a gang drama set in South Central LA. And if you like your gritty crime dramas, this is season 4. On Thursday, a show I thought was over, but apparently we have more episodes to go. The Baroness von Sketch show on IFC
is back.
New episodes.
Really?
These will be the final ones, yeah.
All right.
I thought it was over, too.
I thought it was gone, yeah.
And also I would recommend you avoid this at all costs, the Punky Brewster reboot on Peacock.
Why would
Thursday.
Why would I even bother?
Why avoid it, Bill?
Well, for one thing, I'm all for Soleil Moon Frye working.
Okay.
But this is just a terrible, terrible laugh track to hell sitcom. And now she's a single mom, and now she's taking care of troubled kids from the foster system herself, and also, trying to find love, and it's all terrible.
Is she still punky?
She's still punky. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
And a series I forgot to mention before, but it's wrapping up on Friday, Hip Hop Uncovered on FX, also on Hulu. And it's the story of hip hop from the streets up, as it says, and it looks at the angle of that hip hop has always been pretty much funded by crime for the most part. It's not just about the music; it's about how it was funded all the way from the beginning. And it's a 6-part docu-series.
Okay.
And Saturday Night Live is all Nick Jonas this week.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, just Nick, not Joe. I always forget the other one, Shemp, but it's all Nick Jonas. And, of course, on Sunday, the Golden Globes, Tina Fey on the East Coast, Amy Poehler on the West Coast.
I love them together anywhere we can get them. So if it means watching the Golden Globes, that's what we'll do.
Yeah. And also the season 10 winter premiere of The Walking Dead, still hanging in there.
Mm-hmm. It's winding up, though. It's winding up. I think they only have 2 more seasons, and then they're going to call it, and then it becomes the Carol and Daryl show.
What's Lauren Cohen going to do?
I don't know. I like her, though.
They let her come back after her show failed, so she got to go back to The Walking Dead. But if there's no Walking Dead, there'll be nothing for her to go back to.
I'm sure she'll find something.
Yeah.
I'll get right on it. I'll find her something.
Speaking of shows from yesteryear that you might not have seen the first time around, on HBO Max, The Nick is now there from Cinemax.
That is a great series. I think it's only 2 seasons. Clive Owen.
The Steven Soderbergh production. And for the last several years, it's only really been available on Cinemax. And also on Tuesday, all 4 seasons of Banshee, starring Anthony Starr, a.k.a. Homelander from The Boys.
That's right.
Also it premieres on HBO Max.
So, Gina...
I'd recommend both of those.
Gina, I'm going to recommend that you watch The Nick. Now, ignore me so that you can apologize to me later on down the road.
Okay, that'll be fine. I'll wait a little bit, and then...
Really, this show is you.
I like Nick. Clive Owen, so...
It is great. Really well done.
Clive Owen with a mustache.
It was so disappointing that they just decided to do 2 seasons, and that's it. Because it's great.
And, that's kind of it for the new stuff this week.
Yeah, right. Banshee is kind of trashy, but fun trashy. You know, it's a real fun, trashy show.
Is Anthony Starr a jerk in this one, too?
Kinda. He's a kick-ass guy.
Actually, he's more of a mumbly hero type, anti-hero type, really. He doesn't speak as much as Homelander does. He's not as eloquent. He mostly speaks in grunts.
That's why I was so surprised. I was really surprised when I saw The Boys and he plays Homelander, and he's just totally different and really good. Because I thought the Banshee, I thought, oh, this guy's just some kind of schlub who's they put in the role, and that's all he can do. Nope, not all he can do.
All right.
He's good.
Thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
BillFrost.tv. Go there.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash southbound I-15, 5600 south. This is up to Roy. In the left lane is where that's affecting traffic. Crash westbound 27th west, 54 south in Salt Lake. Westbound and northbound right lanes are being affected there. And I'll check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us any traffic alerts or any more wayward bison. Do you see any of those out there? If it's safe for you to text us and tell us, you do that at 33986. Now's the time, Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
Right. Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates you'll consider. Number 1, Giuliani and Limbaugh, great Americans. Number 2, this is my country. And number 3, tweezers, I won't use them. No, sir.
All right. Boner candidates for round 2 coming up after this, along with Big Boy News and Opinnuendo. It's X96.
The new X96.
It's from the Girl Scouts. Okay. And then there's a nice letter say, hey, Bill, we get you. You're a guy's guy. You have unassuming strength, a casual confidence, and an uncompromising integrity, and are so dumb you don't know this is a form letter.
Wow, they really know who I am.
You know the spread of Sunday's game and have a steak ready to grill and a cold drink waiting in the fridge. You're man enough to be a Girl Scout. So I've been given a membership in the Girl Scouts.
So what do you...
And then I got this.
Do you have to sell your own Girl Scout cookies?
No, I think what that means is they'll hit me up periodically for money.
Yeah. That's a great gift, then.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that what they're doing is opening a door to something that you will regret later. But
now I get this card. Now, little Bill, sick. He's sick. He was very ill. Barfing and all that. So that explains the card. And with this card came 3 pairs of really nice underpants. Patagonia, silk weight, boxer briefs.
Underpants.
Which I really like. And they're very, it's expensive underwear. I mean, it's like, I think they're $30 a piece or something like that.
You should get a whole pair of pants for that.
So here's the card that came with it. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble. Trouble.
Trouble.
And then you open it up and says, or am I? ?
This is your Father's Day card?
Fortunately, you can cover your ass with these. Happy Father's Day. That's it.
Too sick. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble.
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 Yeah, trouble.
And then
you open it up.
That's a threat.
Or am I?
That's a threat, is what that is.
That's exactly what it is. So that was my Father's Day threat. Yes. Anyway, that's nice to be a Girl Scout, though.
Snowbird was awesome yesterday for Father's Day. There were a ton of people. Saw lots of friends of the program up there. They had garlic fries. It was perfect. They had bacon on sticks. Thick bacon on sticks.
So Gina was happy, and that made it a good Father's Day because she got what she wanted.
Well, no, everybody got. Joe got a massage up at the cliff. Daddy Gary got a massage up at the cliff.
Mm-hmm. But first and foremost, they had garlic fries.
They had garlic fries and bacon on sticks.
Yeah. I went out to the Christiansen family farm, Hog Heaven, in Vernon on Saturday and bought a bunch of meat. That was... Bought pork and beef, and that's actually for my wife's birthday, who's her birthday today. She wanted meat for her birthday.
The gift of meat.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah. You?
No.
Nothing. All right.
What? I'm not a father.
Well, you didn't see your dad.
I did.
Oh, you did.
Oh,
see
you did.
Yeah.
See your dad. How's he doing?
He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's his
Did you
mustache?
give him meat?
No, he gives me meat.
Oh, okay.
He's the farmer.
Harry gives him money.
Yeah, I give him cash.
We've discussed that. Here, Dad. He does it under the table so nobody can see. Dad, there you go. Hold out your hand.
Buy some more life-giving medicine. There you go. Okay, here we go. 8:21, it's time for round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. If it wins here, it must defeat the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and we'll put them against each other in the Boner Dome. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That is when you will decide boner of the day for today, February 22nd. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday you'll be able to leave your house and you'll have all these things you have to take, and I wish I had something to put all these things in, like something to tote them around. And then you'll see in the corner your Radio from Hell tote bag, just the thing you need to tote.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Giuliani and Limbaugh, great Americans. Michelle West had strong words for Rudy Giuliani via Twitter after the former New York City mayor and attorney for former President Donald Trump discussed having joked with radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh several years ago about being able to see Michelle West's underwear when she putted during a golf outing.
He's a dirty old man.
Appearing on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast.
Also a dirty old man.
And reminiscing about Limbaugh, who had died that day, Giuliani asked if he could tell a story which involved a round of golf with Limbaugh and West. Giuliani said that Limbaugh complained about all the paparazzi trailing the group and then blamed Giuliani for their presence. Giuliani, chuckling, said the cameramen were there to photograph West and not them. On the green is Michelle and she is getting ready to putt, Giuliani said. Now, Michelle is gorgeous. She's 6 feet tall, and she has a strange putting stance. She bends all the way over, and her panties show. And the press is going crazy, and I said to Rush, it's not me, it's not you. Is it okay to tell that joke, then, Giuliani said? West spoke to Twitter on Friday, not noting Giuliani by name, but saying what this person should have remembered from that day was the fact that I shot a 64 and beat every man golfer in the field, leading our team to victory, she said. I shudder thinking he was smiling to my face and complimenting my game while objectifying me and referencing my panties behind my back all day.
Yep.
West went on to express frustration over elite-level pro golfers being discussed in terms of their appearance instead of their game. The outing apparently took place in 2014, the same year that West won the U.S. Women's Open at Pinehurst, using a putting stance meant to improve her stats, not as an invitation to look up my skirt, she said. Giuliani ended the story, by the way, by asking if it was okay to tell that story. And Steve Bannon awkwardly said, well, we already told it, so I don't know.
You're all gross.
Boner candidate number 3, Giuliani and Limbaugh, great Americans.
Yeah.
Here's boner candidate number 2. This is my country. A Mount Sinai Medical Center anesthesiologist has been arrested and charged with a hate crime after police say that she attacked the Hispanic man at a Publix grocery store in Hialeah, vandalizing his car, calling him a racial slur, and vowing to get rid of every single one of you. She became enraged, police say, after the man asked her to maintain social distancing while in line at the supermarket.
You know, because this is a new thing. We're not all used to doing it yet.
Dr. Susan Wright, Jennifer Susan Wright, a white, ardent supporter of former President Trump, has been charged with criminal mischief, tampering with a victim, and battery with prejudice, a hate crime enhancement that upgraded the charge to felony. She lives in Miami Springs. She was arrested on Friday, and later she posted bond, not reached for comment. Boner candidate number 2, this is my country. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, tweezers? Well, I won't use them. No, sir.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Brought to you by, are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State, curbside service available.
When was the last time you thought about Ricky Lake?
It's been years,
yeah.
I guess.
Well, here.
Say a decade, maybe.
I'm going to give you a chance to think about her again for just a
Okay.
second, and then you
All
can
right.
forget about her for another decade.
Okay.
She's getting married.
Oh, good for her.
The 52-year-old talk show host, isn't that former? She doesn't do anything anymore,
I don't
does she?
think so.
Announced her engagement to boyfriend, Ross Birmingham, sharing the exciting news on Instagram. Friends, she said. So I think she's talking to you and Carrie, Gina.
We're friends? I did, okay.
I'm so excited to share some good news. I'm engaged. This is Ross. He's my person. He's wonderful. In a recent interview with People Magazine, again, People Magazine, that's still around? I guess.
Yeah.
Lake said she and Birmingham, who have been dating for over a year, literally pinch ourselves that we have found each other at this time in our lives. Lake was previously married to a guy named Rob Sussman and had 2 kids.
Well,
with
you had
him.
you had to get rid of that Sussman. Gonna dump the Sussman.
Well, I didn't
move on to Ross.
Is there something wrong? Was the
No, I
Sussman
don't-
defective?
It's just funny to say Sussman.
I've got a defective Sussman here. So congratulations, Ricky Lake, and but not so lucky, Kim and Kanye. They're getting divorced.
I mean, if they can't make it, what chance do they?
News broke this week that Kim Kardashian has filed for divorce after 6 years of marriage. The report from TMZ followed January reports that the couple was close to filing for a divorce, but now they have. And
I feel like they've been married longer than that. This has been
they have 2 kids, right?
Yeah.
3.
3?
Yeah.
North,
you got your North,
Northwest,
you got your Saint,
and
you
South.
got Psalm.
Oh, wait, who? North.
Psalm. Like in the Bible, a psalm in the Bible.
Oh, PSLA.
Yeah.
And then what was the second one?
So there's North, Saint, and
Saint.
Psalm.
That's really...
Oh, no, and I'm missing one. They have 4.
They have 4?
No.
And they have Chicago.
What?
Really? Yeah.
No.
Yes.
She did not give birth to Chicago.
No,
That's
she
a big
did.
city.
She didn't give birth to most of them.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
You have a surrogate. She had surrogate.
That's right.
I think she only gave birth to the first one. And the rest of them, she was like, well, I want more kids, but I don't want to do that again.
That was
Pay
hard.
somebody to do that.
That was hard. I mean, I can pay somebody to raise them, but...
Americans may still need to wear face masks to fight COVID into 2022, Dr.
Yes.
Anthony Fauci says.
And guess what? That's not that big a deal. Just
No.
While daily infection rates are coming down dramatically, thousands of Americans still die every day from the virus. Less than 15% of the U.S. population has been vaccinated. President Biden is trying to accelerate the campaign to vaccinate most American adults as local governments clamor for more doses to prevent the highly contagious illness that has claimed over 500,000 Americans now. Let's see, Boeing 777 with an engine that blew apart. They're grounding all of them. So United Airlines says we have a bunch of them. We're going to ground all of them. But nobody was injured, miraculously, when the engine blew up after takeoff from Denver, and they had to turn around and make an emergency landing. Pieces of some very large pieces of metallic debris scattered through some neighborhoods around the airport, but no serious damage or injuries from that. But they're going to ground all of those 777s to check them out, see what. Because they don't know what the hell. This is very unusual that something like this would happen. Joe Biden's first month in office has been largely spent trying to get rid of the smell, essentially, that was left behind by the Trump administration. They're trying to make things, the Biden administration has just been focusing on, let's make things more normal.
Yeah.
Let's get back to a kind of normal relationship with the rest of the world. Biden's plan, of course, they're going to ditch that America First idea. Don't you know it?
Well, it's going to be America last because there's only in between. There's last or first. That's it.
There's no working
we have
with
no
the rest
nuance.
of the world.
We don't know nuance.
Biden's election, though, may allow a mother and her 2 daughters to leave the sanctuary that they've been in here in Utah in the church, in the Unitarian Church. Now we can go to Disneyland. Biden's election may let this mother and her 2, they've been in that church for 3 years. Vicky Chavez and her 2 daughters have been in sanctuary to avoid deportation to a country she says is unsafe for her and her children. She has not stepped outside in more than 3 years.
Wow.
She and her 2 young daughters have been stuck inside the First Unitarian Church in Salt Lake, where she has been seeking sanctuary from immigration enforcement. The mother fears for her safety and that of her children if she were to return to the Honduras, where they're from. And I think she's right. If she'd gone out of the church, left the church, immigration would have snapped her up. You know they keep tabs on it. Now I think the Biden administration is backing way off of all of that kind of stuff. And she is feeling safer, and the Dreamers are feeling safer now because of the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, are we done here? Here's one quick one here.
We got a minute or two. So
Steve Bannon says that he thought that President Trump had dementia, and he was trying to remove him from office, and he believed that he could become president. That's according to a new book.
Bannon
in a memoir,
thought he could become president?
He thought he could do that, yes. In a memoir released this week, TV producer Ira Rosen wrote that Bannon mistakenly believed Trump was suffering from early-stage dementia and that there was a real possibility he would be removed from office by the 25th Amendment. Rosen said that Trump turned on Bannon as he appeared on a Time magazine cover weeks after the president was sworn in an interview about the book called Ticking Clock, Behind the Scenes at 60 Minutes, based on his work on that news show. Rosen said there was a conspiracy. Bannon realized that Trump was repeating the same stories over and over again, and Bannon kept saying this, and he wanted to do something about it. It was no secret that Bannon crazily thought that if Trump were to be removed, he could become the president.
What? He's not dumb.
He's
like
crazy.
That he could run for president? Not that he would just become president. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think it's like, what was the general's name? I can't think of him, who walked in after Reagan was shot and said, "I'm in charge here. Now I'm in charge here."
Yeah,
it's that kind of thing. He thought he could.
So not officially, but that he could
he could run the show.
Feed him information. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he could. I think that's what they're referring to.
That's what they mean. All right.
Bannon thought I can run the show. We'll get him out of office. I'll run the show.
That makes sense.
All right.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, some good sports news. Patrick Mahomes and his fiancée, Brittany Matthews, welcomed their first child together, a daughter. Her name is Sterling Sky. She was born on Saturday, and they announced it on Instagram. 6 pounds, 11 ounces. And there's happy sports news for Patrick this year, because his other sports news was not happy this year when he lost the Super Bowl. Tonight, the Jazz are home against the Charlotte Hornets. That is a 7 o'clock game. Weather, we've got a couple of nice, sunny, warm, spring-ishy days. Today and tomorrow we'll have a high of 45, overnight low of about 30. Next chance for some snow looks like Wednesday. And then again, Friday night into Saturday looks like we have a chance then. traffic. We've got a crash southbound I-15, milepost 338. That's 5600 south in Roy. The left lane is the one being affected there. And let me check our message stream. You guys have sent me no information on the wayward bison out in Tooele. Maybe they've wandered off into the distance and are not on the road anymore. But if you see a wayward bison or horse or cat or anything, mattress, wayward mattress, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass along to friends of the program. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Tweezers? No thanks. I won't use them. No, sir. I don't get this. I don't know why this is a thing.
All right.
A 31-year-old Danish tutor from Copenhagen has a message for her potential suitors. Okay. Take these tweezers and shove it. Eldina Jagarenjak is fed up with what she says are ridiculous beauty standards imposed on women, especially when it comes to hair removal.
Okay.
She ditched tweezers and razors that she once used to trim back her unibrow. And if you see a picture of her, she's got a pretty severe unibrow. And a razor to shave her upper lip. She said she was just as feminine with the hair there. Not all men are as complimentary, she said. She says, I've had to cope with a guy yelling me to pluck that or staring at my eyebrow like it was a third head. She told the local news that going au naturel was a way to weed out bad apples among prospective boyfriends.
So what's the boner here?
Who cares? I'm not going to use tweezers. Okay, fine. I'm not going to pluck my eyebrow. Then don't. That's the boner.
Okay.
I'm just astonished.
Okay. I didn't know if she was a boner for not plucking her eyebrow. I don't. Okay.
Pluck them or don't. I'm not going to pluck my. Okay, that's great. Enjoy that.
See, I overplucked. I wish I went through a period in the 90s where I plucked too much, and I wish I hadn't, because don't overpluck. Be very judicious with your plucking.
Or do. I don't care. It's boner candidate number 3.
There you go. You've got. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Giuliani and Limbaugh, great Americans. Rudy Giuliani talking about he and Rush, looking at Michelle Weiss, the Gulf West, looking at her panties while she was golfing.
Michelle
West. West. Looking at her panties, huh? Boner candidate number 2, this is my country. A pro-Trump Miami doctor. She is charged with a hate crime for attacking an Hispanic man at the grocery store. And boner candidate number 3, tweezers? I won't use them. No, sir. Okay, fine.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3. Well, no, not boner of the day. Excuse me. Let me back up. I got ahead of myself. This is round 2. The winner here will go forward and get a chance to become boner of the day. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Okay? All right. We'll take both of the winners. We'll put them against each other. Boner of the day will be decided by you at 9:20 this morning. Okay? So right now, pick a champion for round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Then you text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box on our website that says Boner Voting February 22, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round 2.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play.
It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't. I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. All right, it's time to award round 2 of your boners.
Which is brought to you in part by a wonderful bolognese.
Ooh, nice.
And who? And
who?
And that's it, actually.
Okay.
I thought we had an and who, but we don't.
So we had boner candidate number 1, which was Giuliani and Limbaugh. Great Americans, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Michelle Wee West condemning their objectifying comments. Limbaugh and Giuliani talking about we can see her underwear. Boner candidate number 2, this is My Country. A doctor, an anesthesiologist, and Trump supporter in Florida attacking a Hispanic man at Publix grocery store, saying, you know, I'm not going to rest until every single one of you have left this country. And boner candidate number 3, tweezers, I won't use them. No, sir. A Danish woman saying she won't shave her mustache or use tweezers on her unibrow just to land a man. Okay, fine. Rod. It's Todd's brother.
Was it Rod or Todd?
It was Rod, not Todd.
Yay!
Won a tote bag, and the winner, overwhelmingly, boner candidate number 2. This is My Country.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's your winner of round 2. Goes forward. Might be boner of the day going up against the winner of round 1. You'll find out at night. Well, we'll all find out at 9:20 when you vote for boner of the day. That's when boner fight happens. All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
You would think.
Okay.
All right. GeekShowPodcast.com, brand new episode available now. And you can get it at that website or wherever you get your podcasts at. All right. We had a couple of trailers drop last week. One that's, you know, I don't know anybody who's desperately and dying looking forward to this, but the rest of us will watch it with amusement. Mortal Kombat, the movie.
There are people that will care.
Mm-hmm. It was a great game, great video game. I didn't play it that much, but I'm aware of it. And, they made a movie about it some years ago, and they've decided to, now with the new special effects, you can do just about anything. And so it's a Mortal Kombat movie.
It had the same marking you do, Cole.
It's a birthmark.
What do you mean?
He was born with it.
I'm glad she explained that.
Yeah. You've been chosen.
Throughout history, different cultures all over the world reference a great tournament of champions. dragon marking? I think it's an invitation.
Now, I gotta warn you. You hear all that squishing?
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's blood.
Oh, okay, good.
I mean, the game was bloody, but the trailer is a red band trailer, so I wouldn't watch it at work if I were you, or make sure the boss is away. Blood-soaked video game series and a blood-soaked trailer. It will be rated R. It looks like the game. It looks like fun. All the characters are there, and you'll be able to see it on your HBO Max on April 16th. So that's not that far away. Now, the one that I am looking forward to, and I've told you about this before, but we got a full-blown trailer for Invincible.
I'm scared, Dad. What if I can't do this?
Follow me. Slow down. Land. I said land. Stop! Get up.
I'm actually getting used to this a little.
That's not good.
So it's the story of a young boy whose father is essentially Superman. Omni-Man is the name of the character, and he finds out that he has similar powers. And so he becomes a superhero and is trained by his father how to do it. That sounds all nice and heartwarming.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's one of the darkest superhero comics that you will read. It's a very good comic, drawn by a local, Ryan Otley, guy from Tooele. But it's created by Robert Kirkman, who created The Walking Dead, and it's a different take on superheroes. Now, this is going to be your new favorite show. It's on Amazon. It's animated, but not for kids.
Is that J.K. Simmons' voice?
J.K. Simmons as Omni-Man, yes. Mm-hmm. The voice cast is just amazing on this. We've told you about it. J.K. Simmons, Stephen Yeun voices Mark, the lead, the boy who realizes he has powers. Sandra Oh, Seth Rogen, Gillian Jacobs, Zazie Beetz, Walton Goggins, Jason Mantzoukas, Zachary Quinto, Mahershala Ali, Mark Hamill, and that's just some of them.
And where do you see this?
This will be on Amazon.
Okay.
And what happens is you're going to get 3 episodes on March 26th. It's an 8-episode season. You'll get 3 on March 26th, and then 1 a week every Friday, ending on April 30th. So go take a look at that. You will enjoy it. That good-looking guy from Bridgerton that hosted that hosted Saturday Night Live this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Roger Jean Page.
Yes.
Has now been cast. See, there was an opening number in the Saturday Night Live sketch where he says, "I'm just a regular guy," and all the women were fawning over him and everything. Yeah. They would have ran screaming if he'd have said, "And I've just been cast to star in the Dungeons and Dragons movie." They would have left. That wouldn't have been so sexy, right? Well, all the good-looking people are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. But he has been cast in the Dungeons and Dragons live-action movie. South Park is getting an hour-long vaccination special.
Oh, good.
March 10th. It's entitled South Park, P-A-R-Q, capital Q, Park, South Park, the vaccination special. A hilarious new militant group tries to stop the boys from getting their teacher vaccinated.
Yay.
So that's coming up March 10th. Be aware of that. Arnold Schwarzenegger, do you remember The Running Man? Of course, you remember The Running Man show.
Of course, Richard Dawson.
Richard Dawson is the game show host. Well, they're doing another adaptation of The Running Man, and this one directed by Edgar Wright, so it's in good hands. And they're sticking more closely to the book as opposed to, like the screenplay that we saw with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, Edgar Wright was just in town recently for Sundance. He was here with a movie that he made, a documentary about the Sparks, the band?
Yeah, sure.
The duo, called the Sparks Brothers. And people were talking about it, saying it was quite a good,
What was that song about sex by the Sparks?
Look it up. Now here's the. We're getting a lot of animation because it's COVID-proof, and HBO Max has ordered all kinds of animated series that are coming. But I found this one very interesting. And Gina, you brought up podcasts earlier.
Yes.
Now, what's the most popular type of podcast?
Murder podcasts.
Murder podcasts and mystery podcasts. Are you ready for the Tweety Mysteries? A hybrid live-action animated feature from Warner Brothers Television that a curious tween investigative journalist and podcaster named Sydney and her sidekick, Tweety Bird, working together, the pair must solve various local mysteries in their...
Sure, why not?
Murder podcast.
Listen here.
It's tough for Tweety just to say murder because there's 2 R's in there. Modo.
Modo.
Traffic, please.
We've had a pretty light traffic morning. You're welcome. Or thank each other. Give each other a wave as you're driving by saying, well done, fellow commuters. I do have one accident to tell you about. It's a crash northbound Bangor Highway 21st South. And you haven't sent me anything via text either. Oh, yep, just that Bangor one. That's the only one. So we're all seeing the same things out there. If you're seeing other things that you think should be alerted to friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass them along.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We have Boner Fight coming up to determine Boner of the Day, a reasonable amount of news, all of that and more coming up. KXRK Provo. We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, want to do some billboards for November. We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually. And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
what he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. It's, for some reason he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
And then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now, and then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96. Turkeys, exclamation point.
Turkeys!
I think this is Tracy giving us the big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey.
Exactly.
I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously what it's doing.
That's what I think is happening here.
I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah, I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose, because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
how long does it take to...
He's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away, tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. Yeah, it better be a Norbest.
We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. Yep. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring...
Traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
So Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
I mean, please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
Playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys do.
Touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names
dining room table.
where you have your name on it. And there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
I was only at like weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to.
Try to avoid.
Maybe that's for really big families.
Well,
I have a super small family.
We do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
Oh, yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay's
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a
but-
terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that.
Oh.
And at dinner.
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
At dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
Because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't
Thanks.
it?
Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have to dry.
It has to dry out.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
That makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around, doesn't it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay, great.
So we make our own rolls, but you know how frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough.
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
muffin tin.
Muffin tin, yeah. So we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call them on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we call them
is
butt rolls.
I'm gonna butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook. And then you pull all of those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth. And then you mash all of it.
You got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy I've ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to try.
Bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime.
I'd love a cup of gravy.
I know you would, Bill.
Now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use chamber pots
That's weird.
for?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
I don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go, why are we having this? We have this because it's tradition, and you don't.
And
eat
nobody touches it.
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh,
you don't like cranberries?
I mean, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but we have.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean,
what did you mean?
At Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you put it out. You put it out, and nobody will.
And nobody eats.
Or you won't eat it.
That would be me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
I don't care for the pumpkin pie.
I don't waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you gotta have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Gotta.
Okay.
On this day, Daft Punk, as Variety says, one of the most influential and popular groups to emerge in the past 30 years, have announced their retirement.
Although they haven't done anything in a long time.
Well, that's why they're retiring.
They haven't released a new album since 2013. So
is that right? And that was that the Tron Legacy?
I think so, yeah.
Because that's a good soundtrack. That's a soundtrack where you put on if you're driving at night in the rain. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one?
Yeah.
I knew there was one, but I wasn't sure which
That's
one.
the one.
But,
Last time you were driving in the rain, you're like, I'm supposed to be listening to something, and it's not that.
Apparently they've released an 8-minute video to announce their split up. And it features the two of them, Thomas Bangalter and Guy Manuel de Homem Cristo.
Probably Guy.
Yeah, Guy. And they're walking in the desert wearing their space helmets and their leather jackets. And after a few moments, one of them looks at the other, removes his jacket, and reveals an energy pack on the back.
Mm-hmm.
The other touches a button on the pack, and then the first guy walks away quickly and then explodes.
Well, then they can't get back together again ever.
No wonder they broke up. One of them blew up.
Reminds me of that time that Nick Davis, Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal, the nighttime guy, he dressed up for Halloween as Kraft Punk.
Yeah.
Which was, he had like a cheese-themed Daft Punk. He committed to it. It looked like it took a lot of effort to turn himself into Kraft Punk.
Whatever he does, he commits to it all the way. He goes all the way. It's really stupid what he commits to, but but he does go all the way. You have to give him that.
Points for commitment.
Yeah.
Oh, the Tron soundtrack was 2010.
So something else happened.
Yeah, the last Daft Punk album was Random Access Memories, and that had Get Lucky on it.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, because they were certainly warm and friendly people that I was enjoying getting. They were just so they were remote. They were just very remote.
They just wanted to do their music and they didn't want to interact with you. Why would they want to interact with you?
Zeke is suggesting in the chat room that you go to your Disney Plus and watch Tron Legacy today. Because apparently that's where it is.
I don't want to watch it. I'll listen to it, but I won't watch it.
It's a good soundtrack. It's one of those that I've kept. It's quite good. All right. Sorry, Gina. We We were going to play "Wanna Be a Cowboy" by Boys Don't Cry.
Its time will come.
So, sometimes, someday Boys Don't Cry will break up, and that will be...
Are they?
I think they probably already did.
Have you not looked them up? Come on.
I think they probably broke up not long after this song came out.
Why would a band this good break up? I think they're probably still together.
You think?
I don't know. Look it up.
I'm looking right now. Well, here we go. Boys Don't Cry.
They released a brand new album in 2014. So, as recently as that, they were releasing music.
Yeah, that's good stuff, isn't it?
Oh, in April 2020, Boys Don't Cry announced the release of a greatest hits album. Greatest hits?
Greatest
this was
hit.
it. Boys Don't Cry. This was it.
It was the greatest hit.
Well, like I said, when I pull up the Spotify list for Boys Don't Cry, tracks, they always give the top 5. Track 1, 2, 3, and 5 are "I Want to Be a Cowboy."
Yeah.
Just different remixes of this. And track 4 is this, "Lipstick." I have no idea. Let's see.
It's painfully 80s, whatever it is.
Yes, punished by the 80s.
No, that's not good.
That's not good.
Now I want to hear the Spark. Oh, the Spark song I was trying to think of was "Tips for Teens."
Yes, and "Eaten by the Monster of Love," another Spark.
Yeah,
we played.
So why were we talking about Sparks earlier?
Because they have a documentary.
Oh,
Edgar
yeah.
Wright put out a documentary. All right.
Well,
okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Now, folks, if you tune in at 6 a.m.,
That's a lot of...
what you're going to hear is this, but it's called "Farting Around," and it's an official thing.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't this isn't official.
I don't know. I'm going to put this on the table and let's see what happens. I move that we do "Farting Around" twice a day. We do it at 6 and we do it at 9.
I don't know.
This break usually turns into farting around anyway.
That's my point.
It
Think
just
about
did.
Think about it.
That's why Carrie's suggesting that.
Yeah, I'm not going to demand a vote right away. I just want you to think about it.
Okay. All right. I'm putting it top of mind.
Please do. All right.
And then tomorrow, let's bring it up again and we'll vote on it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way, a reasonable amount of news. Stand by. Strong Volkswagen.
You can buy a new Volkswagen at Strong Volkswagen and almost not have to come into contact with a human being because you can do so much shopping online at strongvw.com. You can go to the dealership if you'd like at 1070 South Main. Of course you can. But go to their website, strongvw.com. Do your research there. If you want a Volkswagen, you can get it through strongvw.com, and they will listen. If you find the same car for a better price anywhere else, after you buy your Volkswagen, bring in the receipt, and Strong Volkswagen will cut you a check for the difference. Volkswagens only need oil changed once a year. That's all that's needed for 70,000 miles, just an oil change once a year. It's the least expensive car to maintain for 7 years in the USA. So, please, take my word for it. If you want a Volkswagen, go to strongvw.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
All right. We do have boner fights coming up here in about 6 minutes. You'll decide who boner of the day is at that time.
Bet you will.
So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, this question has been posited in an article. I'm trying to see what the source is. DNYUZ. I don't know exactly what that is, but where will Rush Limbaugh's 15 million listeners go now?
Well, they're going to keep running his shows.
Well, they figure out what to do. They're not going to, and they don't age well. You know, I mean, they're very
topical.
They're too current. But Fox News, which Sean Hannity acknowledged would likely not exist without Mr. Limbaugh paving the way, became hugely influential in mainstream Republican politics. Younger MAGA devotees are more likely to download popular podcasts from Ben Shapiro and Dan Bongino, a couple of asses if you've ever heard them, than try to catch Mr. Limbaugh's live broadcast on a radio at lunch break. Once the enfant terrible of the conservatives, El Rushbo, as he called himself sometimes, sounded tame compared to people like Shapiro and Bonino. So, his audience had already eroded somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
But those that were left, I think they're going to, I bet they sit at home and stare blankly at their radios wondering, what will I do now?
That's the thing is that, as I said when he died, Rush begat, and you can start listing them. So they're everywhere, and that's, the AM dial, the AM radio dial, if it's not, Spanish language, it's probably right-wing talk, It's filled. There are plenty of places for them to go. And one of the reasons I think that maybe Rush's audience was eroding a little bit is that he wasn't tough enough.
You'll see people trying to outrush Rush.
Oh yeah, there are tougher ones out there. I mean,
your Glenn Becks and
Michael Savage was so tough he got kicked off the radio.
Oh, Michael Weiner got kicked off? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got his syndicator dropped him, and he's just doing podcasts now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Last I read, yeah.
Well, he's doing that and helping his son with the Rockstar energy beverage. He's got plenty of money. You don't need to worry about that. But well, it'll be interesting to see how it all falls out. Listen, we could, if you'd like, we could buy a mall. You want to? The auction is tomorrow. Is the only catch, I think.
Go on.
Ogden's Newgate Mall.
The Newgate Mall?
Yeah, the Newgate Mall set to be auctioned off in March. Oh, it's next month. After its owners defaulted on a loan agreement. According to the Woodmont Company, the building's current receiver, and a legal ad placed in the Standard Examiner, the Newgate Mall is up for lease.
Who are the tenants at the Newgate Mall these days?
Well, let's see. I don't know.
Strangely, Chess King is still there.
It's nowhere else anywhere
looks
in
like,
the country.
Dolly's Big and Tall and Tie One On are there. They sell ties.
I need a tie, quick!
Tie One On.
The Hello Kitty store? Do they have the Hello Kitty store?
Let's see. Is caramel corn there? I can't tell.
No, seriously, what is there? Does it say?
No, it doesn't. Look it up. Just look it up
look.
real quick.
Look it up.
I would be interested to.
I'm curious too.
Find
It's gotta
that
be
My suspicion is it's a bunch of like homemade crafty
Quilted
stores.
Quilted Bear
Quilted
is
Bear
there.
type stuff. Oh, come
The
on, Hot
Quilted
Topic's
Bear-
got to be there, right?
Quilted Bear was there for a long time, and then they probably have a spook alley at Halloween.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool if you could make a haunted house that big.
They did have one there for quite some time. It wasn't the whole mall, but it was several stores that they hooked all together. I don't think Morrow's Nut House is there anymore, are they?
Did you find
They have all natural eyebrow threading.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Good. She's a nice lady who runs that too, I hear.
Now, they have something there called Bob's Burgers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, can you do that?
Yes. If your name is Bob.
I imagine that there was a place called Bob's Burgers before the
Way
cartoons.
before?
Might have been.
Would be my guess.
Might have been.
They got a Claire's. You can go get your ears pierced.
Okay.
There is a
Foot Locker.
There is a Hot Topic and a Spencer's. Is that right?
There's a Hot Topic.
Dillard's.
Foot Locker. Oh, Dillard's. Gina, you can go get another shirt. Get something with a boat on it this time.
They actually, and they do have a quilted bear there.
Yeah.
It looks like it's pretty full actually. So
No movie theaters anymore.
no.
Well, if you want to buy it, it's going to go on the auction block in March, and I think maybe if we pooled our money,
Let's think about it.
And then I wonder if Mike Scott is going to do the auction. Anyway, let's see.
Ogden joke.
Earlier this month, Representative Carol Spackman Moss revealed to her fellow legislators in the Utah State Legislature that the reason she had filed a bill this session was because of her 3 daughters who were victimized as children. When her legislation came up for debate again last week, Spackman Moss, to her surprise, her middle-aged daughters tuned in virtually. I urge you to support this so we can prevent the kind of abuse that too many of us had suffered, said one of her daughters in the told the committee. Jill Thackeray is her daughter's name. So this is the consent bill to toughen up the idea that no means no. It looks as though the Utah State Legislature, the Senate has passed it and has moved on to the House. They tweaked it a little bit, and it looks like it may be something that will pass. It's House Bill 177.
You're being excused, Meade. They do have a theater at the mall.
They do?
It is operating, and there's also a Burlington's and 2 pretzel makers.
Oh, I want to go have that factory make me a coat. They make coats there, don't they, at the Burlington Coat Factory?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll have them make me a specialized coat. That'd be great. Let's see. Here's a story. I'll just run through this real quick. Utah legislators considering a bill that would allow for prosecution against those who share revenge porn even after the victim has died. But one lawmaker worries that it could lead to prosecution of couples who create intimate videos or images by choice. Quote, "This is a little bit uncomfortable, but let me tell you, my concern with the language that the House sent over, and I know this will shock you," said Senator Todd Weiler. He said, but some couples actually record themselves in intimate positions, and then they share those videos with other people. I know it's hard to believe, but it happens, said Weiler. House Bill 147, which seeks to close a legal gap and allow prosecution when victims are dead or incapacitated, was inspired by the murder of university student Lauren McCluskey.
Yeah.
Weiler said that the bill, as written, would expand revenge porn to anyone who's died if photos circulate, and could lead to families who have lost someone to have to go through the deceased person's spouse for things that may have been consensually shared. Weiler noted that he was one of the original sponsors of the state's revenge porn legislation, but he thinks that we've got to be a little bit careful about how we word this.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that
Thank
it?
you very much.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, here we go. The winner from round 1. Round 1 was kind of a weak round of candidates today. But this was the winner by 1 vote. I Was Lonely. A Florida man busted for pleasuring himself in a Walmart parking lot in full view of a woman in a car next to him. When the police caught him and asked him, why were you doing that? He said, well, I was lonely. That's going up against number 2. This is My Country. A pro-Trump Miami doctor, she's an anesthesiologist, has been charged with a hate crime after attacking a Hispanic man at the grocery store and vandalizing his car, calling him a racial slur and vowing to get rid of him and his like from the country. And why did this happen? This Hispanic man apparently asked her if she could just maintain a little bit of distance. Social distance, please. You're standing too close to me, and that was enough to send this person off into this violent rage. That's right. Number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day for today? 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it off to 33986. Pew! Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote, or go online, x90s.com. Once you get to our website, let the site load, and then refresh your browser to make sure that the box that says Boner Fight February 22nd, 2021 appears, and you can vote online that way. All right, you have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends. A 1-hour nonstop music.
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-S-U-O-U-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our 2 Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there.
What?
Nothing. Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold root beer. Bet you could use some up there.
I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, LeVar. I'm so hot that if you was to, hold an old dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, LeVar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the Shays Lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, LeVar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind. I think maybe I'll just get down. Climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What, cold drink, like a root beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? Since you was already thinking about going.
Look out below!
LeGrand, I was nearly... That flat of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, LeGrand?
Greetings, children. This is your old friend, the Grave Digger. Today I have a frightening little yarn that has all the ingredients needed to make you shudder. Sex, violence, lawyers, and 3 exploding human heads. This tale is called There She Blows, and we'll take you now to the law offices of Parker, Jameson, and Osborne, attorneys at law.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Osborne.
Parker, your fly is undone.
Oh? Oh, so it is. I was just having sex with my secretary.
But Mr. Parker, that is so wrong. You're a married man.
I'm aware of that, Osborne, and I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm going back in for seconds.
Parker, your head is getting bigger. Oh, my God. Look at all the blood.
What's all the racket in here?
Parker's head just exploded.
Good Lord, what a mess. Hey, what's Parker clutching in his still twitching hand?
That's the Bonneville specific file. He's been working overtime to make the board of directors look better in court. I believe he just finished it. Jameson, what are you doing?
Erasing Parker's name and putting mine on it. I'll take all the credit now that he's dead.
Now Jameson's head has exploded too. I'd better call for help. But first, I'm going to go through their wallets and steal all the money. They're not going to need it, and no one will ever know.
Those 3 really know how to get ahead, eh? Their law firm tried to expand too rapidly and suddenly went bust. Well, in case you hadn't figured out the moral of the story, it's if you're a lawyer and you do something bad, your head will explode. This is the old Gravedigger inviting you to join me next time when our story will be called Chop Chop, Who's There? On Tales from the Grave.
All right, time to award Boner of the Day.
Before we do that, just let me read this quickly. The Supreme Court has rejected a last-ditch attempt by former President Donald J. Trump to shield his financial records, issuing a brief unsigned order requiring Mr. Trump's accountants to turn over his tax and other records to prosecutors in New York.
We finally get to see you're not as rich as you want everyone to think you are.
Whatever, we'll find out. So I guess I don't know how long it'll take, but there we go. All right, now to the matter at hand. The winner of today's boner fight, and is brought to you in part by a bolognese sauce with fresh-made pappardelle pasta. And anybody else?
And sorry, my computer froze for a second. Thinking of buying a new car? Think Young Subaru, located at 3920 Riverdale Road in South Ogden. Browse inventory online and set your appointment today at youngsubaru.com.
Well, there was some sympathy for the lonely person in the Walmart parking lot. He thought that the way to cure his loneliness was to pleasure himself in a car while people could see him do it. Mm-hmm. He did it because he was lonely, he said. 10 of you thought that was a boner candidate, but the rest of you, all the voters pretty much said, boner candidate number 2, this is my country. Mm-hmm. The physician who just violently went off on this Hispanic guy, she wins boner of the day.
All right, that's the boner of the day for today, February 22nd, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week.
So I talked to you guys a while ago about hygge.
What?
The Finnish word for, you be cozy in your house with the fire and blankie and.
What's the word again?
Hygge.
Hygge.
Hygge. Hygge.
Yeah,
And
okay.
you guys were sort of okay with that, but you didn't get really on board with me with hygge. So I've found a new Finnish thing that I think will be on board with.
I worry that you're, culturally appropriating a lot of Finnish things, but
is it salted fish?
It's not.
No, because I could be on board with that.
So, you get the New York Times, Bill. You might have seen this article over the weekend about a Finnish thing called pants drunk.
I've heard of this.
And in Finnish they spell it exactly like we do in English. It's pants drunk. PANTSDRUNK. Now, what's pants drunk?
Yeah, what?
It's a Finnish-based, mostly asocial form of drinking culture in which the drinker consumes alcohol at home in as little clothing as possible, mostly just in your underwear. This is like a thing. Like, I'm going to be pants drunk tonight, which means in my underpants getting drunk at home by myself. Pants drunk.
It's not necessarily a Finnish thing. I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're Finnish at all.
There's a whole book about it. It's called
Really?
Pants Drunk, The Finnish Path to Relaxation, Drinking at Home Alone in Your Underwear. There's a whole book about how.
It's that same thing, and I think is Mads Mikkelsen Danish? But he's in that. He just did a movie, and it's about that kind of drinking culture, where it's good to be drunk is essentially the.
Well,
but are you pants drunk is the question. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen is Danish.
Danish, yeah.
You got your Finns and your Danes and your.
They're all the same.
They're all basically the same, right?
They all like salted fish. I know that.
They all like to drink in their. I'm just giving you permission to say if anybody ever says, "Bill, you're just drinking in your underwear," and then you can say, "This is a thing.
I'm pants drunk.
This is a Finnish tradition.
I'm celebrating my Finnish heritage."
Yeah. I'm all for it.
When really you could just say I'm celebrating my American heritage and be just as accurate.
But it sounds more hoity-toity if you can say, no, this is something they do in Finland. It's a celebrated tradition of being pants. It's a lifestyle. Pants drunk is a lifestyle.
Sure. And they get stuff done in Finland.
Sure. They're one of the happiest.
They do.
They're one of the happiest countries in the world.
Yeah.
Things are really happening in Finland.
So I'm searching for a Finnish, cultural thing you can embrace, and I thought this might be it.
I'm for it. I thank you. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it today, as a matter of fact.
Okay. So, when they try to take away your unemployment check, just throw this at them. You're attacking my culture.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
We'll take a break. We will be back. We'll crawl towards the exits after these. Don'tDriveDirty.com is the website for Quick Quack Car Wash.
Yep. And that's where you can find a Quick Quack Car Wash location. And you can also join the membership, the club that they have, for $19.99 a month. You can just get your car washed whenever they're open. You could go every day if you want, if you're that fussy about your car.
I kind of am. I washed my car at Quick Quack yesterday in Centerville.
If you want to, now, if you are a member, you can also employ then the Family Flock program, add up to 4 additional vehicles onto your membership for just $15 per car per month. But Quick Quack Car Wash, they're always fast, and they do a great job. And
I like that they're green.
Yeah,
they take great pains
recycle stuff,
yeah.
and like they reuse the water, and they try to figure out the best way to do all of that. So find a quick Quack car wash near you by going to don'tdrivedirty.com.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet. And it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran... She disappeared and never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that a little better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short. But it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
I have a problem.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm a little stuffy. Can you hear? I'm a little stuffy.
I was going to ask you about that, yeah.
So I think it's just allergies. I'm not sick. But, so I love Afrin. Big fan of the Afrin. And it says very clearly on the Afrin bottle, don't use longer than 3 days.
Yes, because it's habit forming.
And I'm on day 4, and I desperately want some Afrin, and I'm trying to be good and
junkie.
Not have it.
You're a junkie.
But I'm all stuffy, and it works. It makes me not stuffy.
Try some steam.
Yeah, go steam it out. You guys, you got your steam shower, don't you?
Yeah.
Steam it
I'll
out.
try that. But it's so hard because I know if I just...
Yeah, it's hard to get addicted to a steam shower.
You're staying there all day.
We need a lot of fluids.
Yeah. Hey, tomorrow
Yes.
we're going to have on the show with us this guy that we talked about earlier today, Michael York. No, not the actor. God, no. He's a tax guy. He's an accountant. He's really good, and he's actually really entertaining. He'll be on at 7:45 tomorrow, and if you've got any questions about your taxes at all, you should send them in to us at radiofromhell@x96.com. He can help you with stuff like you may have a side business that can benefit you tax-wise, and you don't even know you have a side business.
Yeah, a lot of people took on gig work over the pandemic, and you might not even think of what you do as a business. Is this a business?
Mm-hmm.
I just do this to make a little extra money. Yeah, it's a business.
Or you might think, I don't have, I can't do anything. I can't do deductions. That's only for rich people. Maybe not the case. You'd be surprised. So if you have any tax questions at all, just put them in an email, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put tax question in the subject line, and we'll throw some of those questions at Michael York tomorrow. Okay?
And of course, Gina, anytime you talk about, anytime anybody talks about an ailment or a cold or something, there are people lining up who have suggestions.
Who have suggestions?
Get a Benzodrex inhaler.
A Benzodrex.
2 neti pot suggestions. Try a singular. I don't know what that means.
Singular, probably.
Singular.
It's a pill.
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, but none of them work as good as Afrin. Afrin, it's just like...
Well, no, they don't work as good as Afrin when you are addicted to Afrin.
Yeah. Now, somebody says that what you're having is rebound congestion, is what happens when you use it for more than 3 days.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's I'm on my day 4, so I'm saying, nope, I had my 3 days, and I'm not going to do it anymore. But it's hard not to.
I'll bet you do. You know right where the bottle is, don't you? Don't you?
Of course.
Yeah. So you picture it right now.
Stop.
It'll just be really easy for you to go in there and get it.
I should have given it to my husband before he left for work. Said, take this out of the house so I don't use it.
And he would have said, no, honey, I'm addicted to that. What are you trying to do to me?
If I have it, I'll use it. Okay.
Well, good luck with that.
Thanks.
Neti pot don't ever suggest a neti pot to Gina.
No, she won't.
I feel like I'm drowning. I can't do it. I tried once. I felt like a water torture.
It's because you don't do it the right way.
It's pouring water into your nose. Things are supposed to go out of your nose.
Well, it does come out.
Don't even.
I'm not even going to try.
You could try prayer. The power of prayer is
there. You go.
I haven't tried that. Maybe it'll
try
work.
It. A texter. So basically, Gina isn't coming into work tomorrow.
No, I'm not sick. It's some weird allergy, something. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe you got a bug up there. Got a bug up your nose. That's what it is.
All right. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Welcome back to another full week of Radio from Hell.
We made it to Tuesday, and it's time for another Utah Word of the Day with LeVar and LeGrand at 7 a.m. Really?
Then at 7:45, it's Ask an Accountant. With taxes currently underway, you may have some questions, so send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we can get you some answers.
And don't miss the second round of Beat Gina, Superman and Lois trivia happening at 8 a.m. You could win a big prize.
It's all happening on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Oh, one little squirt of Afrin, what could it hurt?
Nope, I'm not gonna. I won't.
One little...
I want to, but I won't.
Just one nostril.
Nope. Don't talk. You can't talk me into it. You peer pressuring me into Afrin, Bill?
All right. Someone says eat spicy food.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Snuff. That's something. Use snuff.
Okay.
Use some snuff.
And there's a neti pot squeeze bottle edition that might be easier. No, I think that would be worse for her.
Yeah. I think so.
I think the squeeze bottle is only for neti professionals.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
All right. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You know, you don't have to go ice fishing.
Corey is next.